We're live. We're live. We're live. So I'm gonna let a couple people just jump on, and before I introduce our world pronounce, world pronounce
Uh,
barbecue all star, man, we have a living legend here, guys. And I'm telling you, if you don't know this, if you look at this video and you don't know who this guy is, you're really missing out. And this is the star, one of the stars of Mom and Papa Joe Barbecue. And
what's
this is
happening, folks?
what's up. So, Joe, I'm gonna go ahead and put your link here in the chat so that everybody can go over to your YouTube channel and they can subscribe to your channel.
Man, much appreciated. What's
So,
happening, folks? How y'all doing?
so we're gonna put this live. We got 24 people watching right now.
Ah, sweet, sweet.
So, guys, let me tell a story before I get to having Joe talk. I was on YouTube and I'm surfing along, and I like to just put in brisket in the search bar. And I put brisket in, and I seen this brisket sitting here, and I'm thinking like, oh my goodness, who channel trimmed this brisket? Like, it got to be these three people. It got to be either James, Smoking Joe, Pitts Barbecue, or I would say like my boy, I keep forgetting his name, Chubb's Barbecue. Chubb's Barbecue. It had to be these three. And I clicked on the video and I see CJ. I'm like, okay. And man, I'm watching this guy. I'm like, why in the world do this man is not having 1 million followers? Why is he not? So God, I'm bringing you somebody that I admire and that I'm learning from. So, guys, Art Houston in the house. We got Miami, Florida in the house. We got Lake County in the house. So, guys, I want y'all to give some ones in the chat for my boy CJ, for Mom and Papa Joe Barbecue. Put some ones in the chats for him. That's his hand clap.
What's happening, baby? How y'all doing?
All right. So, since we got that in the chat, guys, I want you to start off, give us some background about you. CJ, tell us about you. Tell us about how you got started in this barbecue game. Give us some things. You give us what you want us to know.
All right, guys. I was telling T earlier. I was born in Belize, Central America. Came to the States when I was 11 or 12 or so. And man, growing up in Belize, we've always had that freedom as kids. Run around, not a whole lot of chores. It was an easy life, man. And I grew up around open fires, a lot of fishing, a lot of hunting. Me and my boys used to just scrounge around, and we could light a fire just about anywhere and just cook whatever we caught fish for the day. We might catch an iguana or something, and we just roasted over the fire, man. And that is how I grew up. So I've always loved cooking on open fires. I came to the States, and I never once thought that barbecue could end up being what it is today. I'm one of those, just like most of us. We all think we can cook in the backyard, man. You can't tell us anything. You know what I'm saying? And I can remember back in the days, man, boiling my ribs before throwing them on the grill, and then saucing them, and my boys telling me how good it is and whatnot. I had no idea what good barbecue was, but everybody enjoyed it. And joined the military, man. Retired in 06. After retirement, I taught U.S. history in junior high for another 8 years. But by that time, I had discovered competition barbecue. I watched my first episode of Pitmasters, and I really, really thought I could compete with those guys. And me and a buddy started, man. We started competing in 2010. We took our lumps, and it was a steep learning curve. We took our lumps, but eventually we began to figure things out, man. And here we are. I stopped teaching in 2014. Barbecue was beginning to consume me. I remember back in the days, man, I used to take my pit to school on Fridays because I'd be headed to a competition right afterwards. And I parked my pit outside my classroom window. And dude, I could hardly teach on Fridays. I'm just looking out. Yeah, I'm just looking out that window, looking at my pit, man. Can't wait to get to the competition. And man, kids are gonna be kids. And I used to tell them, I said, man, I don't have to be here trying to help y'all. I got things I'd rather be doing, man, because the kids used to drive me crazy. And finally, man, they just got the best of me. And I resigned teaching after almost 9 years and dedicated myself to barbecue full time. We were doing caterings. Then the wife and I started a competition class. After I really found my comp game, we started competition class, man, and it's taken off since then. So now we got online videos. I got in public classes. Our competition class to date started in 2015. We got almost 400 grand in reserve bearing championship out of my competition class. So it's been a good ride so far, man. Looking to keep it going. Thanks for the invite tonight, T.
Oh, no problem. And thank you for your service. What branch of military?
I was Army, man. I was Army. I started out as an infantry soldier and realized after a couple of 5 years that I had to do something else, and ended up in the medical field, and that's where I finished up.
Amen.
Yes,
so
sir.
I'm gonna put his Facebook link right there. Mom and Papa Joe Facebook link right there, guys. Go over there. It got a lot of great information about his barbecue classes and things of that nature. So my question to you is, if we're interested, do you have like an online class you can teach online? Because we got a lot of people from Florida in the house representing my FLA aliens, my Florida people.
Welcome. Dude, I have not yet thought about actually teaching a live online class. What I do have are videos, but I've had a couple of other people ask me that. Hey, how about doing a live class online? And man, I just so much love that face-to-face feedback type of teaching, that format. Matter of fact, it's taken me a little while to even get comfortable doing these YouTube videos. I was just so used to that instant feedback. I can look at my classroom and tell where my students picking up what I was putting down. Were they catching me? And I really, my first couple of videos, man, I did not feel comfortable because I didn't have that interaction. So I much rather a face-to-face class. But man, right now with COVID, anything you can do to keep your name out there, keep people in tune with Mom and Papa Joe's, I need to figure it out. So yeah, that is a great idea, man, and I really need to look into it.
Okay, then. So, guys, I just put his Facebook on there. I just put his YouTube in the chat. You do yourself a justice by going and checking him out. I'm telling you. So, I watched your brisket video, okay?
Okay.
All right. So, like, honest to goodness, I paid money for a Master Chef class. I paid money. Yes, I did, guys. I paid money because this thing called barbecue, it hits you. It's addicting.
Oh, so, absolutely.
So when you're missing something or when you think you're missing something, You gonna find it. I don't care if I had to bootleg it. I don't care if I had to go out there and bootleg it. I want to see what Andrew Franklin had to say.
Yeah.
And the thing, what I'm trying to say is, I learned so much for that one brisket trimming class. That one class I learned from. I mean, not one class, but that one video, excuse me.
Yeah.
I learned so much from it. And so my thing is, I believe your classroom as a teacher is translating over in YouTube. So a lot of people can cook, but a lot of people can't teach people to cook. It'll make it sense.
Dude, word. And that's one of the things. People when people call me and ask me about my class, and they mention other instructors, classes they've taken, and don't get me wrong, I never badmouth another instructor. We all have our ways, but I always try to impress on students that just because you can cook doesn't mean you can teach. There's an art to instructing. There's an art to instructing, and for some people it comes naturally. For other people, they have to go to school to get taught how to instruct. And I think with my military background, man, it really put me in a position to where I can teach successfully. In my almost 21 years of military service, about 15 of those years were in positions where I was a coach, a teacher, a mentor, a trainer. And so I really developed that confidence that I was able to do it. I can show you, I can teach you, I can talk you through it. Man, the proof is in the pudding. I tell them, I said, look at my students, man. I take students. I take students, man, years, no GCs. And the weekend after they take my class and go to a competition, they're knocking out GCs. And that happens on a regular basis. And these guys will call me and tell me they cannot believe it. Why did it take them so long? They want to know to take my class. I said, man, that's on you. But just because.
So when you say GCs, why don't you go ahead and elaborate on that, because we may got people out here that's not familiar with that term.
Yes, sir. Well, a GC is a grand champion. It's a grand championship. At a barbecue competition, the top two, number one is the grand champion, and number two is the reserve grand champion. So we just shorten them GC, grand champion, RGC for reserve grand champion. And it's not like a beauty competition where if the grand champion fails, you step up. It's a one and done.
One and done.
GC, RGC. Yes, sir.
You the king for that day.
Yeah. You the man for that day. For that week. Because next weekend it can be a total zero.
The champ is here.
Yeah.
So guys, anytime you want to ask a question, just ask away, okay? So I just want to say we got my brother Smoking Joe Pitts Barbecue in the house. What's up, Joe? How you doing, brother? So the brisket trimming and things like that, okay? So I see your backyard trim too now.
Yeah.
So that's what amazed me, because now ever since I seen that video, you done made me alter, because I was doing it the same style, because I met with Joe and James. I was doing it a style, and I was loving it what Joe and James had me to do. And I learned a lot from Joe and James. Then when I got you, I put what I learned from you with Joe and James, and now I'm having brisket slices. Like I'm getting just straight slices, straight down.
Beautiful,
beautiful slices.
The last couple of your videos I've seen, and I compared them to some of your videos from previous years. It's night and day, bro. It is night and day. And the wife and I sit up here and we look at him. We said, "Look at T. He is coming along with that trend." And man, that makes me feel good. That makes me feel good.
So, guys, you can pay money like I did, or you can go over there and subscribe to. You can go over there and subscribe to my boy channel. I'm putting in the chat right now. You know, and that's his Facebook. And then I'm gonna go ahead.
Damien, that boy looking sharp, ain't he?
Oh, there you go. There you go. Well, I just had to go to a little class meeting with my kids. You know, I wanted to make sure that they, you know, we represent the kids and in a positive aspect. You can't go there looking like.
Oh yeah.
You to tell it, you know, when you go there sagging. So, all right, I'm gonna ask this question: is it just salt and pepper in Texas, or is that just a curveball? Come on,
dude. I honestly believe it's a curveball. You know, you've got to add garlic and onions. I mean, if you're a minimalist, if you want to go traditional as possible, especially if you're in the restaurant business, you got to add garlic and onion. I mean, that's still fairly simple, but I'm not a fan of just straight salt and pepper. You know, I like that garlic powder and the onion powder in there, or you can do the minced garlic and minced onion. To me, that's perfect. But yeah, that's the simplicity I like at home. That's the simplicity I like at home. It won't work in competition, but at home, that's how I want to eat.
Okay, so you said it won't work in competition, and can you elaborate on why it won't work?
Dude, I'm telling you, you know, competition barbecue. I tell a lot of folks, man, is like if you're a traditional competition barbecue person, it's sort of like playing football when everybody on the league is using steroids, and you refuse to use steroids. Dude, they're going to be faster. They're going to be stronger. They're going to be more aggressive. And 10 times out of 10, they're going to kick your butt. And that's what competition barbecue is like, man. Competition barbecue is barbecue that's just kicked up levels on top of levels when it comes to flavor. So if you try to go with just a salt and pepper or whatnot, these guys are going to wipe the floor up with you day in and day out. So you've got to just amp up that flavor, bro. You've got to amp it up. So you know, people are. I'm layering rubs, 3 different rubs on ribs and brisket. I'm layering 2 different rubs on chicken. But you've got to amp it up. That's what it's all about.
So now, are you KCBS only, or what sanctioned events are you?
I am about 95% IBCA, and for us in Texas, IBCA is the International Barbecue Cookers Association. The three main meats. 95% of the time, the 3 meats are chicken, ribs, and brisket. Every now and again, a promoter might throw in a pork butt. No garnish, just a piece of foil on the bottom of the tray, and the meat sitting on top. So the meat speaks for itself. We're not worried about greens in a box or anything of the sort. Yeah, we're not worried about plants. And right now we've got another sanctioning body about to break ground. They're in the trial run right now, and they're going to have a scoring system similar to KCBS. But again, no greens. I think Texans are pretty much under the idea that barbecue should speak for itself, and that greenery shouldn't play a role in how your barbecue is scored.
Okay. And me doing the competing I have done and things of that nature, it makes it a lot stressful when you have to build a box. Like it's so many classes that a majority of it is building the box.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I've watched them on YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. And then you're building a box, and then your ribs are overcooking. You're building a box, and your money muscle is turning to smush meat. So
into mush. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. So with that being said, I can understand how the Texas guys are saying, "Hey, it's about the meat. It's about the meat." So, could you share with us, besides your competition stuff, okay? But can you share with us like a recipe that if somebody's new, say for instance, I'm new to barbecue, and I say, man, what is something I can cook that I can successfully represent barbecue successfully, and all I got is a Weber kettle grill? What would you recommend to that person?
Dude, I would immediately tell them, go jerk something. Jerk pork, jerk chicken. I mean, that is traditional barbecue, from the roots up. Those Jamaicans, those escaped slaves in Jamaica hiding in the woods, that first jerk meat to preserve it. It doesn't go any further back than that. But jerk is just absolutely delicious, easy to cook. I mean, all it is pretty much grilled chicken that's been marinated in that jerk seasonings. Byron, what's happening, baby? Yes, sir. I was on Pitmasters, man, in an episode called Brisket Redemption, along with Ernest Cervantes, Burnt Bean Barbecue. Yes, sir. but dude, jerk. I would tell them jerk because it's one of those things that's also forgiven. Even if you overcook it, it's still going to be good. And like anything else, man, the more you do it, the better you get. And that's one of the things I always tell people in the backyard. Dude, that's your opportunity to experiment, to see what works, what doesn't work, and nobody's judging. You don't debut it till you mastered it. You have your boys over, you have your girls over, and you cook it for them, and you show out.
Show out.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it's that simple. It's that simple.
Okay, so what would be a good bottle recipe that we could get off of Amazon? What would you recommend? Now, the reason why I say that because we first time cookers. So what will be, you say, TV, stick to this brand, you gonna be blessed.
Man, anything Sucker Busters.
Sucker Busters make a jerk sauce?
Oh, jerk? Oh, no. Walker's Wood.
Walker's Wood.
I just thought you were talking about barbecue in general.
Oh, okay.
Walker's Wood. It's a wet jerk. It's a paste. A little goes a long way.
Walker's.
Walker's Wood. It's a wet.
Okay.
Man, you just you couple of teaspoons onto your you rub it onto your 5 or 6 chicken quarters. Let it sit overnight in the fridge. Money. Now it doesn't have a lot of salt. It's got a lot of seasoning. It's got a lot of herbs. Everything else. A lot of Scotch bonnets. Not a lot of salt. So you will need to come back before dropping on the pit with some salt. And that is where I come back with a dry jerk called Grace's. So that's my two combination when I jerk meats here at the house. That's my two combination. Walkers for the overnight marinade, and then Grace's for that salt content. You cannot go wrong. You heard it here first from Papa Joe.
Bam!
Hey, I've got a jerk pork and a jerk chicken video out there. Matter of fact, that was my first video in September. Yeah, and it's money.
It is money.
Dude, I took a pork butt and butterflied it, and just go watch the video.
Watch the video.
Yeah, watch the video and let me know what you think.
I'm putting a link right here, man.
Yes, sir.
And my boy JB's Barbecue and Guns. Thank you. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you.
My man JB, thank you, bro.
Yes, but let's get down here now, guys. If y'all got questions, please ask questions. Cause man, as y'all can tell, we bringing the heat. We bringing the heat here. We got the man. We got the man. We got part of the winningest team, the go-getter, the hard-hitting, mom and pa's barbecue.
Man, we're doing it. We're doing it. Dude, COVID has just really hurt us, man, in terms of competitions. You know, on average, we used to do 30, 32 cook-offs a year, along with another 5 or 6 public classes, and then another 10 or 12 private classes here at the house. But of course, COVID just shut all that down, man. I'm really just looking to get back to some public classes. We're gonna try to keep the sizes somewhat restricted to a degree, but we've got a public class coming up in March. It's going to be our first one in a good little while. But man, we're still trying to make it happen. We were scheduled to cook in the World Championship Houston Livestock Rodeo and Show, but of course that got canceled. So man, there's so much that's shut down because of COVID.
All right, we got a question for EZ. So we want to do consistent barbecue. What would be some tips?
Man, consistent barbecue. First of all, Easy, thanks for the question. Man, let's start at the source. For consistent barbecue, you need a consistent fuel source. You need a consistent fuel source. You cannot go wrong if you've got a consistent fuel source. And I'll tell you that because the first thing that came to mind, that was my last video I put out there a couple of days ago about my the wood that I use. I use Western wood. It's not, thing about it, it's not available everywhere, but it's a wood, man, that's dried in a kiln. And it's dried to 18 to 20% moisture rate. So every time I get a load of that wood, man, I know exactly how it's burned. You know, if you're getting wood easy from your boy down the street, man, every time you pick up a load of wood from him, it's going to be 6 months. It's going to be 8 months. It's going to be a year season. And that difference in months really, really affects how it burns and flavors your foods. You know, so again, that's the main thing you want to get tightened up. That's the first thing you want to get tightened up, man. And consistent barbecue, you need quality meats, baby. You need quality meats. Don't let anybody lie and tell you you can turn a select into butter. A select will be a select, gonna be a select. Unless you happen to catch one of those select, and select is a grade of brisket. Mm-hmm. I'm not trying to insult anybody's intelligence. I don't know what you know, who we got. So I'm just spitting what little knowledge I have. So again, the grade of meats that you're gonna cook, I always try to go for the best that you can, man. The best you can afford. I'm not saying you got to run out there and spend $200 on a Wagyu brisket or something. But man, at least step up to a choice brisket or a prime brisket. If you can do better than that, then hey, better for you. You know. So those are some of the simplest thing, man, for consistency. And something a lot of people don't think about, the shelf life of your seasonings. The shelf life of your seasonings. Dude, seasonings lose their pretty quickly, especially based on how you store them. You know, if they're not in a cool place. When I come home from a cookout, man, and me, the first thing I do is pull out my seasoning box, bring it in the house. It's not gonna sit in the garage in my pit and whatnot. I am so into that. I only pour enough seasonings in my containers for that specific cook-off. And when I get home, I've got a big five pound bottle that I dump all my old seasonings into and just use it for the house. But even for competition, I want fresh stuff every competition.
Wow.
So again, those are just some things that you got to think about. The shelf and at home, your seasoning's got a shelf life. A seasoning that's a year old will not be as powerful, as flavorful as a season that you just bought.
Hey, this free, guys. This is
free.
Oh,
yeah. I'm not charging anybody tonight.
This is free. This is free. Ask questions. Hey, while we got him here, let's get them questions. Let's get them answers out of.
So, hey, Don, I don't understand the question. How long should you burn before you cook? I don't understand the question.
I think you meant like how long should we let the pit heat up? Like how long we should let the wood burn down before we put the meat on?
Oh, dude, and one of the first things you want to do is to build a better coals. Yeah, you want to build a better coals. And an easier way and a cheaper way than burning your logs in the coals is to start with charcoal, some cheap charcoal or some cheap lump, some briquettes or some cheap lump charcoal. You burn that first, develop a better coal, then start adding your logs. And the thing is, you want to maintain that better coals because that's where your heat is. That's where that consistent heat is going to come from that better coals, not those flames and whatnot. That better coals. You want to just consistently maintain that. For me, when I'm cooking, I've got different size logs. If I slip up and maybe take 20 minutes too long to go check my firebox, I've got a smaller piece of wood that I will put on that remaining bed of coals just to quickly bring me back some coals. If I catch it at the right time, then I go with a full size piece. But again, these are some of the things that you're going to pick up the more you cook. That comes with experience. So I've got different size logs, and I'm just maintaining that fire. Better coals. That's where it starts.
Man, didn't I tell y'all guys I was bringing a hard hitter, never quitting, never shaking, never be duplicated, never duplicated. Got in this chat. Did I tell y'all? I thought I told you, man.
Easy, you the man, baby.
Man, you the man, brother. I'm bringing it live to you guys out here. Yeah. So we talk about. I'm getting like, okay, so I can't be using that year-old season that they clunked up that you got to.
Yeah, that you got to beat and press and grind. Dog, that's lost its oomph. Yeah.
That lost ooh-wee.
Yeah. It ain't got no ooh-wee.
It ain't got no ooh-wee. You can't smell that through the bag.
Yeah, you're wasting your dude. I've got, I like I said, I've got that 5 pound bottle that I keep, and I keep all my chicken, my old chicken and rib rubs, and I'll just dump them in there. And I ain't gonna even lie, when I do a catering or something, I'll throw that in there, man, and people lose their mind, and they be like, "I need this. You got to give me this recipe," and I'm like, "I can't." And I do mean I can't because I don't know. It's just a mix max of stuff. So just use it as quickly as possible, man.
I got a guy want to jump in and ask you a couple questions.
Yes,
so
sir.
I put a link right here. If you want to jump in and ask CJ a couple questions, I got a link right there on your stream. Cause I know sometimes typing it in can take all day. So right there, links right there. You want to jump on in, Kay? Go ahead and jump on in, brother. And K-Bo, oh, how you doing, brother?
You see?
So, this is one of the Texas guys.
Oh, he's doing it right now.
I'm flexing.
Oh, he's doing it right now.
I'm flexing. Reverser. I'm flexing.
Oh, he's doing it right now.
Hey, it's cold out here. We're in the deep, baby. It's cold. Hi, good to meet you, man. You giving some good
man, my
man.
pleasure, bro. You making it happen.
Hey, man. Hey, that weather don't stop me.
Yeah, yeah.
I
need to be hanging out with you right now.
TT, how you doing, sir?
Good, man. I'm sitting here with a living legend right here.
Man, I'm listening to him. That boy big headed. He got a big head on him. He got a big head on him. That boy got a big head on him.
Hey, I told you I would bring you a hitter. I told you.
That's a heavy hitter right there.
Heavy hitter.
Yeah, man. Man, I'm just soaking it in, man. I just had to give you a shout out though.
Okay then. Hey,
I'm gonna keep on listening.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. Hey, subscribe and check out my channel, man. It's
yes, sir.
Young, but right now we're right around 40 videos, man. But they all killing videos, man. Check it out. Let me know what you think, bro.
I got you, man. All right, TT. Yeah. Y'all stay light.
All right, stay like God bless you, brother. All right, bye-bye. So,
Darnell, you hurt me with that question, man. Dude, there's just so many good stuff out there. And with that question, it's just gonna be who's got the largest, who's got variety, who's got a little bit of everything. But you know, when you start talking about a brand of rubs, man, you got the Sucker Busters, you got the Cosmos, you've got Chupacabra. I mean, there's so many out there, and I shouldn't even mention names because I will without a doubt leave somebody out. But man, one brand of rub. Woo! Pete, that question right there is a killer question.
It is.
Yeah, I'm gonna let T answer that one.
So, all right. First of all, could you, Darnell, could you please put in the chat what you want to put it on? Because to me, you know, because me personally, I put Cavernous Greek season. And it's not like a barbecue rub, but I like
not traditional.
I like the flavor profile. And then I use my boy meat stall for meat sprinkles. I use that a lot too for my pork. But me personally, I like to go with a neutral flavor. Like it gonna have a salt, pepper, garlic, but it gonna have a cumin kind of earthy taste, umami. I kind of want that flavor on everything.
Man, fiesta.
Yes. Like that fajita season.
Yeah, fiesta, baby.
Yeah. So I would say I would answer a good base season. So I wouldn't say it'll come, but you want something like a good SPG, Sucker Busters, or Malcolm Reed, or
yeah. Oh man, dude, there's just too many out there to pick one, man.
Yes.
Too many out there to pick one.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, we got another visitor in here. He want to say what's up to you. I'm gonna let him come on in. How you doing, sir?
Hey, this Darnell, T.
Oh, Darnell, how you doing, Darnell?
All right.
All right. Hey, so Papa actually kind of gave the right answer, right? Because it's so many things out there, right?
Man, no doubt.
I'm going with who got the largest selection.
There you go, baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
And those guys,
Look,
that I mentioned got a little bit of everything.
T all over the place. He went to Cavernous. He went Meat Stall. He went Papa Joe. He was Smoking Joe. He went Galindo's, Fiesta.
But you got to understand one thing, though. Please understand one thing, though, about T. T ain't no prostitute. No, I can't be wrong. I like what I like. If I take something good, you better believe it's good. You know,
yeah.
You know, with me, I'll be honest with you. I got a bunch of Sucker Buster rubs. A bunch. To me, I like, it's called John Henry. Is it John Henry?
Yeah.
I'm more of a John Henry fan due to the fact that it's not as salty. I like rubs where if I want to add salt, I add that base flavor. So I use salt as a part. Like, say for instance, I don't count when something's salty, I count it as that's my salt, whether what it is. So if I add 3 salts, four different rubs, and they're salty, I count that as one part to my garlic, to whatever I use. So the point I'm trying to say is I stay away from the rub that has salt involved in it. So that's why I like John Henry, because I find his rubs are more aimed towards those flavors where you can add the salt to it. So that's why I like the rubs that have less salt. Okay,
yeah, especially with a lot of people being health conscious right now. Everybody's trying to find stuff with less salt. So yeah, I like that. Yeah.
So when I mentioned a lot of stuff, it got less salt. But if I had to choose a salty rub, it got to be that Cavernous, bro. That Cavernous, I don't care what nobody say. It'll put something in the chokehold.
I'm gonna have to check that out because I ain't never checked it out.
That Greek season.
Yeah, I've seen you use it, but I've never messed with it, so I'll have to check it out.
Brother, that Greek season like dog.
Yeah.
They gonna come get you.
Next thing you know, you're gonna have me making some baklava or something crazy, messing around with some gyros.
Hey, but it hits that umami flavor.
Yeah.
Like Greek season, you cannot explain the flavor, and that's why I like. Cause when people taste my barbecue, they say, "Oh, I taste this, I taste that," but what is that? And it be that Greek season. And it's how I sometimes with a recipe. And Papa Joe, tell me if I'm saying this right. A lot of times it's not about the ingredient; it's how much you use of the ingredient.
It is, and for a lot of instances, man, a little goes a long way. You know, for a lot of us, we tend to think, man, if a little is good, a lot's gonna be even better. And more often than not, that's not the case. That's not the case. And especially when it comes to salt. You know, you think about it, and you can always add salt after the fact. So I'd rather make the mistake of not adding enough salt during the cook, because I know, hey, when it's time to eat, if it's not salty enough, I can add a little more salt. But you just can't reverse that.
Yeah. Hey, stop for a second. Stop for 1 second. Go over to Mom and Pop. Go there. Don't play with it.
What's the channel? The channel's called Mom and Pops?
Mom and Papa Joe's. MAMAPA.
I put it in the chat. Look, man.
Okay. Well, I'm on stream y'all now, so I can't see it.
Okay, but it's right there.
All right. I got one more.
Hit that bell for you can get those.
How at your boy?
It's like Christmas. When he posts the video, it's like Christmas. I'm like, Mommy, Pa, Mommy, Pa. All right,
Okay.
ready for you, brother. Hit it.
I got one more question. All right.
Yes,
So with the whole pandemic, right?
Yeah.
Have y'all seen a decrease in your catering or increase with everybody being home and not necessarily want a whole bunch of people touching their food and just having one or two people touching their food?
I will let T answer that because honestly, the wife and I over the years, we've just backed off of catering. She works full time, and man, it can be a little too much for just the two of us. So unless it's somebody that we really know or somebody referred to, we don't cater. And catering is work. Catering is work. I mean, if you want to do it right, catering is work. You know what I'm saying? If you're putting your name on your food, catering is work. And it's a lot of pressure. I'd much rather, man, go sink $500 into a cook-off and gamble my money that way.
Hey, look. I tell them like here, I ain't the cheapest, I'm just the best.
Oh, exactly.
I ain't the cheapest, but the best.
Yeah, exactly.
To me, catering went through the roof. Like, I thought that this is 2020 for financial for TNT has been the best year ever. So what I have found is people are thinking of new ways of getting together. Like this, they don't want you to serve the food, they just want you to pick up and drop off. Because they think the COVID police is after them. So let's say just put the meat in roasters and drop it off over here, T, and we'll handle the rest. Because they think I'm part of the COVID police. So, and the reason being is because I think the reason why my catering has been up this year is morale. I'm getting more calls from businesses trying to boost people morales up.
Yeah.
The factories calling me. I got more factories than ever calling me. And these are huge factories. Like I had Tyson's. The meat company reached out to me and said, hey, could you bring in, food and cater for us? Now, we don't want you touching the food. Us managers are handling the food, but could you bring it? And I like, okay. So we delivered for first shift at 11 o'clock. And then we delivered for second shift at 5 o'clock and third shift at 12 o'clock, So that's how we did that. Then we had another factory, the same thing, but it was more people. It was the biggest battery factory in the United States of America. We catered that, all shifts. And then we went from doing that to catering a bunch of other factories, Christmas parties and farms and different things of that nature. But one thing I think that really people like about TNT is we try to cook for our customers like we're doing a competition. And we try to cook for our competition like we cook for our customers. What I mean just the quality of food. He is right. CJ is right. Your quality, you can't beat it. For instance, when I buy my chicken, if I cook whole chickens, I cook for the Army National Guard, okay? I cook for all the officers graduating. I bring the chicken in. The chicken got to be in those packages that have that solution in it. Because
the salt solution, yeah.
because the chicken holds up a lot better and it's a lot juicier. I may get a 30-cent break a pound if I buy it in a box. But the thing about it though is you get a better product. The same thing with the loins. You buy the loins that's pre-solution. The ribs. If I buy ribs for competition, and I don't know, CJ, you can help me out on this. But when I buy ribs for competition, or either cooking for people, I try to buy the ribs that come in that solution. And the best ribs I have found out about is the Smithfield extra.
Smithfield.
I knew you were gonna say that.
But to me, Smithfield, you can't beat a Smithfield rib.
Smithfield, pretty much the only ones I see all the time that you get their product in that solution. So
I love everything Smithfield except for the products in that solution. For me, they tend to be a little hammy. And I tried them here at the house. I do everything here at the house before I take it to competition. But I accidentally bought the ribs in a solution at one point and cooked them here at the house, and man, way too hammy. They even had the texture and look of ham. They were a little pink on the inside, and I just wasn't a fan. And especially for competition, because those ribs in that solution are processed in the plant with a jacquard. If you ever look closely at them, you'll see all the little holes. That is what makes them extra tenders. You'll see all the little holes in them. And in competitions,
stop.
Yeah,
I'm just dropping knowledge. Can I get some words in the chat? Can I get some words in the chat, guys?
The next time you buy one of them, take a close look, and you will see where they've been processed with that jacquard, that machine. All right, that's what makes them so tender. That solution penetrates. How I found out here at the house, I injected them, and man, the injection was squirting everywhere like a lawn sprinkler. And I looked at them, and sure enough, they had the holes in them. So not a fan. Now, there were a couple of years where I did have a Smithfield sponsorship. They would send us a money card because I wanted to handpick my ribs for competition. You know, you just can't send me a case, and out of a case of 12, I might only be able to use 2 racks for competition. So they came up with the idea. All right, we will send you your gift card or money card, and you go out there and source your ribs as you normally would. And that ran for 2 years before they did away with the program. But I love Smithfield ribs. I would take that money card, go down to my local HEB, and buy my Smithfield ribs there. But I got to hand pick them. So I love everything Smithfield minus the brined products.
Got it. Okay, I'm gonna go out just in case somebody else want to come in. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, bro. You in your man cave? I see your little bear sign.
No, that's over top. That's over top of my deck door to go outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good meeting you, man.
Yeah.
Good meeting you. Yes, sir. Thank you,
bro. Hit me up.
T, I'm always on your videos, T.
I know you is, man. but when it get above 20 degrees, I'm gonna be bringing my trailer out, and I'm gonna bring you in when I'm cooking on that trailer, okay?
For sure.
All right, then. Love you, bro. You be blessed now.
All right. Oh, hey, thank you for your service. Hey, I just retired in May after 23 years too. So nice to meet another veteran also.
Awesome, bro. We got some good men and women out there making it happen right now.
My brother just retired EOD.
All right.
Okay.
Command Sergeant Major Matthews. So yeah, he stays in Phoenix City, Alabama. So
Nice.
yeah, he was EOD.
That's a dangerous drive.
Yes, it is, but he's a good guy.
Okay, guys. I'll see y'all around.
Chris out of Fifth Ward. What's happening, baby?
So, guys, now
you put 2 stray dogs on the grill.
Oh Lord, yeah, he tripping.
Michael, we're from LA, man.
Amen. Hey guys, like I say, if y'all want to talk to CJ, I'll put the link right here in the description. If you want to just talk to him and you want to say what's up, come on here, man, and just say what's up to my boy CJ, man, and talk to him. So
hey, tell Michael, man, LA, that's my homie right there.
That's your homie right there?
Yeah, I'm from LA, man.
Jump in.
I'm from LA before the military brought me to Texas.
Okay, LA, huh?
Yeah. I don't know where LA is, but I'm 1535 West 84th Street between Normandy and Western. Just like Smokey said in the movie.
Normandy and Western.
Yeah, just like Smokey said in the movie, baby. Michael, holler at your boy.
You know, that's what we do. So, same as CJ. Yes, we got 33. We got 33 people in the chat, guys. I'm gonna ask this question. All right. Okay. I'm gonna ask this question. If, say for instance, President Biden and Harris is coming over and you in charge of cooking barbecue for them, and you have to do 2 proteins, 3 sides, and a dessert. What are you going to serve for the president and the vice president of the United States? Choir minds want to know.
Dude, I'm going to give them surf and turf. They're going to get some beef and some crab legs off of my grill.
What kind of beef?
They're going to get some beef and some crab legs off of my grill. I'll probably grill up some asparagus to go along with that.
Okay.
All right. We need a starch. What's a good starch, Mama? What's a starch to go with that? Yeah, a starch for surf and turf. We'll throw some potatoes, some roasted or some baked potatoes on there. You can't go wrong. You cannot go wrong. And I've got a first place grilled peach pie. Dude, and I've gotten to the point now where almost 90% of the things I cook at the house, the grill is involved somehow. You know what I'm saying?
90%.
Yeah, about 90%, bro. You know, I even if I'm just starting them on the grill to get some char, to get some smoke, to get some flavor, and finish them on the stove or in the oven, the grill has just taken over, bro. It is just taking over. So I try to incorporate the grill in just about everything I do.
So you say you do surf and turf, crab leg, steak. What's the third protein? I mean,
oh no, you said 2 proteins.
2 protein. Yeah, I'm talking like what's the third side? So you do.
I got asparagus. I got potatoes. I don't know if they need a third. All right, I'm gonna have to start. I'm gonna have to start, dude. I'm gonna have to charge them if they want all that. Yeah, if they want all that. But something else that I love to put on the grill, man, is cabbage or something in the cabbage family. Some Brussels sprouts or something along those lines.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I love some good grill Brussels sprouts, so I could throw that in there.
All right, guys. So we got 36 people in the chat, 34 people in the chat, guys.
Joseph has a question.
Okay. Hey, shoot me with a question, brother. But while we got people in the chat, I want to just say this right here, guys. If y'all don't know, this is CJ. And CJ is the real deal. He's a teacher. He's a barbecue pitmaster. He is the person that will step your game up to the next level. Like, a lot of people can barbecue, but this guy can barbecue and also explain to you how to get your barbecue good. Hey, CJ, making barbecue great again. Come on.
Hey, I'm going to put that on a hat. I'm going to put that on a hat, baby.
CJ, making barbecue great again.
I'm going to put it on a hat. Yes, sir. Dude, I tell you, man, competition barbecue has just stepped up my backyard game. You know, in the past, I never worried about what my backyard barbecue looked like. But now, man, when I'm cooking backyard at the house, I want it trimmed right. I want the finished look to be right. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Competition barbecue has just spoiled me. Especially if I'm having people over, man, I want my backyard barbecue to look as good as my competition barbecue. So everything I do, man, is done with precision. It's done with precision. It has to be.
Scissors out. When you brought the scissors out, I knew something was different. I knew something was different.
And I tell people they're not scissors because I'm not a seamstress. They're shears.
Come on.
Yeah, we got to get it right, baby.
All right, we got another guy in. Come on in, brother. Ask your question. We got the pitmaster here, and he's ready to give some free secrets. Ain't nothing, you know what's better than secrets? Free secrets.
Free secrets. What you got, baby? What you got?
What you got, bro?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. How you doing, bro?
I'm blessed by the blessed, man. I'm from Houston, Texas, right?
Right.
So I'm in the process of purchasing me a offset smoker. I'm looking at a 20 by 42. That's a place down here in Willis, Texas called Lone Star Grills.
I know them.
You know them?
I know. I'm in San Antonio.
Oh yeah, man, you right next door.
Yeah, I'm in San Antonio right now, baby. Yeah.
My question is, do y'all like a reverse flow? Is that something? Because I know Lone Star Grills, they offer the way they design their smokers. They have it cooks from the top.
Yeah.
So do y'all? What is the best smoker? Is it a reverse smoke or straight up from the top on down?
Dude, you know that is a little subjective. It's a personal preference. I will tell you now. When you talk about cooking from the top, it usually means that the heat bounces off the top of your chamber back down. For example, my Jambo, my deflector plate coming out of my firebox is pointed up like this. So the heat comes from my firebox and heads straight up to the top of my chamber.
Okay.
And it bounces back down. So it cooks from the top down.
Okay.
It cooks from the top down.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about a reverse flow, once that smoke goes over the top and comes back down under, it's not going to be cooking from over the top.
Okay.
Not with a reverse flow.
Okay.
Not with a reverse flow. But
okay.
I've had several private classes. I don't own a reverse flow, never have. but I've done several private classes where I allow students to bring their pits. Because, dude, I can cook on anything. Once I figure out where the temperatures are, I can cook on anything.
Okay.
So the 3 students I've done reverse flow cooking on, they burn absolutely beautiful.
Wow.
So you're not going to go wrong with a reverse flow.
Awesome.
I mean, and the heat is even from end to end.
Okay.
I have 2 reverse flow smokers, Old Rusty. And you know, he come off Old Rusty, right?
Right.
And I have the Beast. Okay, the Beast is a reverse flow smoker.
Okay.
So the only thing I can tell you, you being from Texas, is you used to that real aggressive smoke.
Yes.
And maybe I'm speaking. Maybe I'm stereotyping Texas people, but I'm gonna stereotype them. If you like the heat, you like some strong smoke, right, brother?
Yes.
So a reverse flow is not what you're looking for. Because to me, a reverse flow, it cleans that smoke so good. Till sometimes you get that real nice smoke ring, you get that real nice smoke, but the flavor is lacking. Because I give you an example.
I can see that.
I put my meat on while my smoker is coming up to temperature, because if I don't do that, I miss that real good depth of smoke flavor.
Okay.
So, so the point I'm trying to say is, jumbo, you can put your meat on when it comes up to temperature. You're going to get that real nice smoke flavor without putting this meat on smoke coming up to temperature.
Okay.
But on my reverse flow, I done had a Lane reverse flow smoker. I done had my reverse flow smoker. I done got my Old Rusty a reverse flow smoker.
Right.
You got to put that meat on when the smoker is coming up to temp in order to get that flavor that you're used to in Texas. And that's just how IS is.
Okay.
Hey, but Lone Star Grills, they make a nice pit. So
Yes,
you're not going wrong there.
I'm excited about the Lone Star Grill outside smoker, man. But I tell you one thing, I got some of that Cavendish Greek seasoning.
Hey, everything.
Guess what? There's a Meat Church.
All right, Matt. Yeah. That's my favorite buddy.
Oh yeah. So man. So, I'm excited, man. And I excuse me, it's my baby boy. I thank you all for doing this. This is really helpful, man. So I'm a geek. I'm so excited. My father was a chef, and I have a big, large family, and we grew up around Mama Dear cooking and all that. So I'm excited. I'm tuned in every time you guys. Yeah, I'm subscribed to Mama and Papa Joe's, and then I'm subscribed to J. Don't okay, what is it? JT. I'm subscribed to you too, brother. But hey, man, I love you guys. I love what y'all doing, and also,
man, much love, baby. Appreciate
much
you.
love. Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Thank you. God bless, brother.
You too, brother.
Rick,
thank you.
What's going on, Rick?
Rick, the meat stall. The meat stall. That's my boy Rick.
You're the man, baby. Hey, I'm coming this summer, baby. I'ma holler at you. Beachside.
Hey, I'll be the first one to go to Rick Pool. Now you can't go to Rick before me now. You know what Rick do? Let me tell you what Rick do. I tell Rick, we got 20-degree weather, Rick. Rick say, shoot, man, I'm sitting out here 88 degrees. I'm in my shorts right now.
Yeah.
Rick nasty like that. Rick like that.
Nah, I'm going to holler at him this summer, man.
Hey, look what they saying, man. dropping gems.
Appreciate that, X. I appreciate that, baby.
Hey, man. So, I want more. I'm sorry. I know we've been on here for an hour and 10 minutes, but I want more. So tell me. I seen that pork belly video. Now listen, guys. I want to say this, okay? If you can get crispy pork skin on a pellet grill,
babe, I had to show him. It can be done, man.
Man, you got to keep it strong. You keep it strong.
You know, I watch a lot of videos of people trying it and not making it work, man. But dude, it is now. It's not a short cook. You know, it's not a short cook, but it's not a complicated cook.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's all about taking that time, man, to dry out, to render that fat, and do some tacos, man, with that rendered meat and some of that chopped up crispy skin. Dude! Oh my goodness! It was money.
Oh,
dude, you can't go wrong, man. Yeah, it can't go wrong. Rodney, what's up, baby?
So I'm gonna just jump out here and say this right here now. We're gonna talk now. I'm gonna go ahead and just, for us people that got pellet grills, they got straight flow smoker. How can we get our skin crispy without scraping, without doing all that crazy stuff?
The only thing is it requires some high heat. So you will still have to, even on a offset, towards the end, you're gonna have to move that thing closer to your firebox, and you're gonna have to build a larger fire because you're gonna need that heat. You know, that pellet grill is got some nice convection, unlike an offset. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I don't have to do that on an offset. But a pellet grill, if you want that heat to get it crisp, you're gonna have to move that closer to the firebox. And it's almost like on an offset, you're gonna have to stand that side of belly in like a rib rack and put that skin right up on that entrance from your firebox. Once you've got everything rendered, and watch it, because in about 15-20 minutes, that skin is going to start to crisp. And once it gets beyond that, it's easy to burn.
Okay.
But up until that time, man, you just got to slow cook it to get it to render. You just got to slow cook it.
The chicken, right?
Huh?
You're talking the chicken, correct? The chicken?
No, I thought we were still talking about belly.
No, we're talking the belly, but we was talking the chicken now. The chicken, to get that crispy chicken skin.
Oh, that is too easy. You just got to dry that out for 24 hours. You put that, you pull your chicken out the bag or package or whatnot, wash it. If you wash chicken, if not, pat it dry and salt it. Let's say, for example, you're going to use 2 tablespoons to season your chicken before you cook it. Use 1 tablespoon, salt it, put it in your fridge overnight. Don't cover it up. Just put it in the fridge on a cooking cooling rack so that the air can circulate around it. It will dry that skin out. Also, add some baking powder. Just a little bit of baking powder. And the thing is, some people are sensitive to baking powder with aluminum. So find a baking powder without aluminum. Aluminum can add a bitter taste to your meats. But the baking powder that I use without aluminum is called Rumsford. RUMFS, something like Rumsford. And what baking powder does, it changes the pH of your chicken skin, which allows it to dry out and crisp. And dude, if you can get and maintain your grill at 375, you're looking at an hour, 10 hour, 15 minutes, and that skin will crisp up nicely. Yeah, absolutely. Rodney, can I do it on a WSM? I can, but I would have to adjust the levels, because at the end I'm still gonna need to get that that skin closer to the coals to get it to crisp up. So a WSM is you couldn't do it from the top rack. I would have to move that bottom pan up to my water pan level to crisp up that skin. But yeah, you can do it on a WSM.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. Man, look, guys, this, can I say this again? This is free. This man don't charge.
No charge tonight.
No charge tonight.
Yeah, no charge tonight, dude.
Hey,
man, make sure y'all check out those videos.
Yes. I'm about to put the link here. If you want to jump on and ask a question, if you want to jump on and ask a question, jump on, man. Jump on. Ask a question, man, because my thing is the knowledge is flowing. I done been through a bottle of wine. I can't show you the label because you may pick at me if I show you the label. You may talk about me. You may talk about me if I show you that this Boom Star. I'm drinking some Boom. Only the best.
Where did Rick go?
Yeah, where Rick at? I think Rick at work. And then Blue Moon. I like this Blue Moon. I like that.
What's your next video, man?
So my next video, I did the fake smoke ring, guys. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Hey, disclaimer. I never used curing salt or tender quick before, or pink salt. So please, if you ever see this, don't say, "Oh, that smoke ring is because T using pink salt." Because that's my first time ever using pink salt. Okay.
I will tell you, I started competing in 2010, and I played with it in 2010, but I got it to the point where I would time how long I left it on. I sprinkled it on, rubbed it in, 2 minutes, boom, and I was washing it off. So I never went for any significant period. And it gave me a natural looking smoke ring. It didn't give me that lipstick, that
5 hours, bro. 5 hours.
Oh yeah. Dude, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, and it gave me a natural smoke ring. And people couldn't tell the difference. So it does not require a long period of time. And you've got to just be very detailed in how well you wash it off, because it will continue to penetrate.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
I did that for y'all guys that have electric smokers, and I know.
Dude, T, if you got wood in that electric smoker, if you're burning chunks, you should still be able to get that smoke ring, bro.
Well, it depends on the.
how dry is your meat? Because that smoke ring is dependent on moisture on that meat. It's gotta have moisture.
Okay. Well, like I say, that particular brisket, it was one of the best prime briskets that I done brought.
Oh, it was beautiful. It was beautiful.
Make a long story short, I sat that out there, and I remember being on live for 8 hours straight. So the brisket was like, in the refrigerator. Then I brought it out like through half of the chat. So it was 3 hours. So it was pretty dry. So, but my whole thing is I wanted to get the smoke ring, but I was pleasantly surprised on the lipstick smoke ring. That thing about that thing.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah.
So, but it tasted awesome. It tasted. Oh my goodness, it was amazing. So, but you can't, smoke ring here nor there. So, in your barbecue, do you think people judge barbecue by the smoke ring? Honestly,
it is a shame that they do, and it's a shame that they do because a smoke ring means absolutely nothing when it comes to taste. So a smoke ring is just visual.
Yes.
A smoke ring is just visual, and there are people who don't understand smoke rings. Some people see that pink and think that it's undercooked.
Yeah.
And while others who do understand smoke ring know it's the reaction from the smoke and some of the chemicals in the meats. But if I'm going to a restaurant, and I hate to say this, if I'm going to a restaurant, which I rarely do to eat barbecue, yes, I want to see a smoke ring. yeah. Because
immigrant.
I want to see a smoke ring. If I'm going to pay for it at your restaurant, I want to see a smoke ring. I know it's a taste, but it just looks good. It sets it off.
If I come to your trailer, it better be a damn smoke ring coming out.
It better be a smoke ring. I don't care if you got a damn Techniquick. You better put something on it. Yeah, if I'm gonna pay for it, I want to see a smoke ring. Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh.
Yes, sir. But dude, we're talking about the curing. I sat here last night and I put together a recipe for a coming video in the next 2 weeks, man. I want to play around with I want to do some pastrami.
Okay.
Yeah, have you ever done pastrami?
I have, but I found my niche is with sausages and Canadian bacon. I love making homemade Canadian bacon. To me, it's nothing like it.
All right, I've done the bacon thing. The sausage requires a lot of equipment that I'm not even ready and work that I'm not even ready to get into. Sausage ain't something quick, fast, in a hurry. Sausage takes some time.
Yes, it does.
So I'm not gonna mess around with sausages. But I've done the bacon thing and have been really happy with the bacon. I love making bacon, so I've done that before.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, but yeah, man. So I'm planning ahead as to what's coming out next.
Pastrami. So my thing is either two people. It's two people that love pastrami or hate pastrami. Me personally, I hate corned beef. I hate pastrami.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yes. To me, it just I don't know. I just have. I just don't. It just that I don't like that twang. I like vinegar. I like the pop of vinegar, but I just don't like the twang of pastrami. My wife loved it.
I was in college in junior college in LA, and right outside our junior college was a little deli type place, and that was my first introduction to pastrami.
Okay.
And I will tell you, man, that pastrami was so damn good. I used to go get a sandwich. I don't know, 3, 4. As broke as I was, I found the money to get me a sandwich about every other day.
Wow.
And over the years, I haven't had pastrami in I don't know in forever. But I saw a couple of videos on the tube, and I was like, man. Then a couple of my buddies hit me up and said, man, you need to do this. You need to make one. So been perusing recipes, man, and picking out the best of, and putting together a recipe of my own. And I'm just about there. So I'll probably start the process in another week or so. I got a busy next week. But I'll start that and had a video out there within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So we got a question right here about that the foil of the butcher paper. Now you got to go ahead and drop us knowledge on this now,
Dude.
And we got we got a dog father.
Yeah. Oh, what? Not my boy.
We got a dog father house. He need to go ahead and jump on in, man.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Him or Rick, they need to jump on in, man. Come on, But if you're in a good place, Rick or Dog Father, go ahead and jump on in. But why don't you go ahead and tell us about the schoolers on the butcher paper or the foil?
Dude, for me, absolutely foil at competitions. I love foil at competitions because my cooks at competitions are warm and quick. I'm doing that. I'm doing that 290 to 300. And what's up, Dog Father? How you doing, baby? Bruh, it's been a minute, man. It's been a minute. Yeah. So I'm foil at cook-offs, but at the house where I tend to do 9 times out of 10 at the house, I'm doing low and slow. I love butcher paper. I love I love the way it preserves that bark and that color. I don't know if you ever noticed in foil, man. Sometimes you get that beautiful bark, then you wrap in foil, and then after a couple of hours, you open up that foil, that steam in action, just sort of leaches the color from your bark. You wrap with that beautiful black, that beautiful mahogany, and that foil just zaps it. And you can see brown instead of mahogany. You can see yellow instead of mahogany. And you're like, damn. And now you got to go back on the pit, dry out that bark a little bit, try to get some color back. But butcher paper absolutely preserve that. Now, if you're in a rush, then foil is going to be your ticket because butcher paper tends to extend your cook an hour and a half or so. But at home, I'm low and slow. I got all the time in the world, bro. I am not in any rush. So butcher paper is my ticket.
Okay, so
Rick calls you Mr. Tender Quick, man.
Hey, man, you telling Rick that's my first time using Tender Quick besides making sausages. But you do one thing one time. You know it's Mr. Tender Quick. I can't experiment on nothing without y'all guys claiming me that I'm Mr. Tender Quick. So, okay. All right. Can you use butter with butcher paper? I do.
Yeah, you absolutely can. And VS Nixon, one of my things is when I'm wrapping in butcher paper, I want something liquid in there to jumpstart the little bit of braising that you're gonna get. So I've never used butter, but I will wet down my butcher paper a little bit. I'll spray a little something on my meat because it jump starts that cooking, that braising action. While you're not going to be braising in a liquid like you will in a foil, it still jumpstart that cooking process. So yeah, you absolutely can.
So we got another question right here. All right. So you see,
Dude, I will tell you, for the reasons I spoke about in the about the brine ribs. I have gotten to the point now, even in competitions, I season my ribs 1 hour before they go on the pit. At home, I season my ribs 1 hour before they go on the pit. Simply because if you've got salt content in your rubs and you season those ribs overnight, man, they're going to draw a lot of the juices, the liquid out of those ribs. That's what salts do. That's what salts do. If you ever do that, look at the amount of liquid that's left in the pan, in the container, the tray, whatever you're using. So what I want to do is to season mine about an hour out, and I let it sweat in, get wet, because I do want that smoke ring. So I want to see that all my my salts and my sugars, everything on that rack in that seasoning has been moisturized. It's shiny wet. That's what's gonna get you that smoke ring. So I don't get that hammy texture from overnight.
okay.
I don't get that hammy texture from overnight. So no, absolutely not. Overnight smoking does overnight seasoning does absolutely nothing for your product in terms of enhancing it. It doesn't make it a better product. It does not. All it does is remove moisture from that rack of ribs that you need during the cooking process.
How do you preserve your au jus and butcher paper?
There's no au jus in butcher paper.
It soaks it all up, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's no au jus in butcher paper. There'll be a little bit of oil left. If you end up with au jus in a butcher paper, you've got some wax butcher paper, which you should not be using.
Yeah.
Which you should not be using. So no au jus in butcher paper.
Unless you want them.
Yeah. And then all you're gonna be wringing out is oil.
That's it. Yep. I agree. Dog pound, dog father in the house.
Hey yo,
What's up, baby?
what's up, man? What's up? I looked there. I was like, hold up, is that CJ? I was like, oh yeah, man. I gotta get here.
Dude ran into dog at the Austin Rodeo last year, man. He came by my camp, and I just met so many people. Introduced himself. We chatted for a good little bit, man. And at that point, I hadn't even thought about. Well, I thought about it, but hadn't started a YouTube channel or anything yet. And I did not realize he was a YouTube superhero. I had not. But as I decided to get into YouTube, I started checking out videos to see what people were doing, how they were doing it. Try to look at cameras and other things. And I ran across the Dog Father. And I watched, 6, 7 of his videos, never once realizing who it was. And it wasn't until months later, man, that we came clean. What's up, dog? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, I'm here, dude. I have to tell you though, brother, I love your content. Man. For us barbecue geeks and nerds, man. I was on with TNT last weekend. I told him, I said, man, I love actually watching people, trim briskets and trim ribs, and my brother JB, Jonathan Barton.
Yeah.
You guys, man, y'all take it to a whole nother level with the competition, aspect of it, and watching you guys do what you do, man, it's masterful, dude. I love it.
Dude, there's an art to it, and what I love, man, is that I love that I'm able to go back and seeing how my processes have evolved from when I started to where I am today.
Absolutely.
So, the adjustments that I've made are based on what I want my end product to look like, and it for me it's just awesome. Every now and again, I'll pull up some of my first brisket shots at a competition and just post them for shits and giggles, and my boys will clown me because it was absolute amateur hour. You know what I'm saying? It was absolute amateur hour. But again, man, it's just one of those things where if it's something that you're into, you're gonna grow. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna grow and evolve, man. And hey, here we are today, man. But dog, man, every time I watch one of your videos, man, I'm not gonna lie. I just want to pour something and sit back and listen. I mean, your style, dude, bro, your style is awesome, man. Yeah,
hey, I appreciate it, man.
It is kind of soothing. Yeah, no lie.
Dude, I honestly try to make it just, fun for the average back. Not everybody, has that about them to get back there and do, like I said, you and people like JB and James and all of these guys that are like really deep into competition barbecue. But you know what, man, the average Joe can get there on their back patio, get out there with their Weber kettle, their pellet smoker or what have you. And sometimes they may not understand exactly what to do or what to expect or how to do this or how to do that. And that's just that's where I try to give them just that little bit of something, go play around with it. Don't just stick around with what people you see people do and what they, whatever, just kind of take the basics from it and go play with it and make your own style out of it, So that's why I try to do it the way I do it.
That is money, man. Yeah. That is money. That is money.
We got a question. Can y'all guys come together? We can help out on this right here.
Dude, Mr. Nixon, my man, great question. I'm one of those guys, man. I'm primarily a competition cook. So I am shopping 3, 4, or 5 times a week. I'm looking for brisket. And my thing is, I'm not looking for brisket the week of a competition. Because if I'm shopping for briskets the week of a competition, more often than not, I'm going to end up settling. So I buy my briskets well in advance. And I'm one of those guys, when I come home from the store, I will, in my Sharpie, I will put the date in big letters on that package. And it goes to my garage fridge. I'm going to wet age that brisket for 21 to 28 days. When 28 days hits, if I'm not ready to use that brisket at a competition, it goes in my freezer in the original packaging. In the original packaging. And then when I'm ready to use it for a competition, I'll pull it out 3 days in advance and let it thaw out in my fridge. So yes, I freeze briskets when I buy them. The only meat that I do not like freezing for competitions is chicken. But ribs and brisket, man, I will buy them as I find them. Matter of fact, just yesterday I prepped about 5 racks of ribs because when I can find competition ribs, man, I will buy them by the boatload. I will walk out of my store with 8, 10 racks if they're quality, and I'll freeze them. I will absolutely freeze them. So it's not a problem refreezing briskets.
Absolutely. Hey, but I got a question there because you mentioned something key there. You wet age your briskets for about 21 days or so.
Oh yes.
So what do you find is the difference, I guess, in flavor or texture between when you first say you get a brisket, you bring it home, you prep it, pop it on your pit, versus doing the wet age for 21 days?
I don't think I've never actually recognized, never found a difference in flavor, but texture. It's absolutely about texture. Even from day one, when you bring that brisket home, man, you will notice that the liquid in that brisket is going to be on the pinkish side, reddish side.
Mm-hmm.
And after 21 days, it is darkened.
Right.
You will notice how much more limp that brisket has become. That's because that brisket is just broken down in its natural juices. The cells have broken down somewhat. They've relaxed. So your brisket is going to be much more limp. You hear a lot of guys that talk about picking briskets out in the store based on how limp or supple they are. You wet age that brisket 21 days. And for me, it's regardless of what the butcher or the meat market might have told me. So day one starts the day I bring it home, regardless of what that meat market or that butcher says has been done to that brisket. I will go 21 to 28 days. And all it does is just really tenderizes in its own juices.
Okay.
Flavor-wise, I have not recognized any additional impact on flavor, but texture-wise, man, it slices so much easier on the end. It's a little more tender, and it's really broken down. Yeah. Absolutely.
See, I've done that with a ribeye roast where I wet aged it for I think 55 days. Which I know is a little overkill, but I had the time to do it. So yeah. But no, it was, man. I tell you what, you're right. It did kind of push out, the juices, the natural liquids, whatever. It did kind of push it out, dry it out a little bit. And then what I did was just slice them into big, thick steaks and then cut off and I forgot what the technical term is for the edges that dries out, but I cut that out. And then what I did was I took that and actually made tallow, with all of that, which was really good, for just aged tallow. But I tell you what it did do was it intensified the flavor of those ribeye steaks. So I was just curious about that with brisket because I've never wet aged a brisket, so that's interesting.
Now, with the ribeye roast, I've done the dry age, that drying process in the fridge. I've never done the wet.
Right.
So I've done the drying, and have actually weighed it was a 4-bone rib roast, and weighed it in it before putting it in the fridge for 3 days. And dude, I lost 4 ounces.
Yeah.
Wow. I lost 4 ounces. So that 4 ounces was just liquid, and it did intensify the flavor. Yeah.
I was curious about that.
Yeah, you have to do a little additional trimming because you do get some gray edges, but it absolutely intensified the flavor. So that is a go-to. All my steaks, my tomahawks and whatnot, I will salt them and put them in the fridge and dry them overnight. So again, that works. Yeah, that absolutely works.
And that's what I just did. We're getting ready to go on vacation tomorrow, so I went ahead and I dry brined my T-bones, and I just took them off the pellet grill. I'm gonna vacuum seal them, and I'm taking those two with us to the vacation spot we're going to. So
nice,
because my thing is, you pay all this money for these different events, but they do have an outside grill, so I'm just gonna go and live stream me grilling this, in the villa. In the villa. So I'll be in the villa live streaming, me cooking these. Y'all want to see them? So basically, before I vacuum seal them, I'm going to show them to you, okay? But so we got a question right here. Excuse me, guys. I'm a lightweight. I'm feeling pretty good right now. Oxtails. It's a block of lemonade and I done had one beer, and I done had this whole bottle of Boone's Farm. So
You
I
went
only
way
the
back.
TNT, a bottle of Boone's Farm. So only
No,
the best.
man. I'm sitting there sipping on some yak. I'm not the biggest beer drinker. I might have 2 or 3 beers, but I'm primarily a little dark liquor man. I love a good cognac. I love some whiskey. So I'm sipping on some yak. The question is, how do you know how to pick your ribs? Man, for me, it's one of those things where I'm the opposite of a lot of people, man. Everything I do is competition first. You know, when I get home, I prep a rack. If I accidentally pick the wrong rack, it wasn't what I thought it was, then it becomes a house rack. But I am looking, and I just asked my wife to go down to the freezer because I prepped, like I said, I prepped about 5 racks yesterday, and then I packed them by 2s. But in my racks, man, I pack them by 2s, and I don't know how well you're gonna be able to see this, but I put a little check mark on them. All right, I put a little check mark on them when they qualify for competition. So she just came back up, but you see that marbling?
Oh yeah.
That is what I'm looking for, man, in my racks right there. I am looking for some even thickness. You know, I want that fat interspersed in the meat. And again, once they meet all these specs, man, I put a check mark on them. They're in my fridge and they're ready for competition. I don't worry about, a lot of people talk about straight bones. I don't worry about straight bones because there aren't any. Some are more straight than others, but there aren't any. And once you've learned how to cut them, you're not going to have a problem. But if you're not competing, then still, what you're looking for is even thickness from end to end.
Yes, sir.
You hate to have that rack where that fat end is 2 inches thick and then slopes quickly down to 1/2 inch or something like that. You want, some people say, man, that's too fatty. You want a good mix of fat and meat in that rib. I've seen people in the store where they're pulling out these just straight meaty ribs. While the sound of meaty ribs sounds good, it does not cook as well as that nice mix of fat and meat. So you want to find some marbling. And especially for comps, man, if my ribs aren't an inch and a quarter, 1.5 inches thick, I'm not cooking them. I am power cooking these things. I want, when my wife leaves my camp at the end in the middle of the turn-in, that she's carrying a heavy box because I've got some good dino ribs in them. So those are some of the things I look for, man. Good question.
I have to tell you, man, it's just confessional here. I was at HEB today and picked up some ribs that I'm gonna do a video with. And as I was going through the ribs from watching one of your videos, and you just resonate with me, like I said, with prepping ribs and stuff like that. And I mean, we all know this stuff, but when we hear it, it just kind of sticks with you, and I'm sitting there digging through these different ribs, and I heard CJ, man, what you want is you want to get those ribs that's got that fat in it. And I'm like, yeah, man, you absolutely do. Because to me, I kind of look at it like, it's like when you buy a brisket, are you going to buy a select brisket or are you going to buy a prime brisket?
Yeah.
You looking at these ribs, in that same kind of way. If you get these meaty ribs, like you said, that might as well be your select grade. Yeah. You want to get some that's got some good fat in it to get it some good flavor and good texture to it later.
Yeah.
Okay. So check these out, guys. So I just took these off my grill right here. And, basically they were salted with that Florida Sale sea salt. And I smoked them on my pellet grill until the internal temperature of 110.
Mhm.
So what I'm gonna do now is vacuum seal them, when we get off the chat. But these going with me to cook for, just to have some good food to rest in, and then I'm gonna vacuum seal them.
Dude,
But,
that's a hell of an idea, man. I would have never thought to do something like that.
Because now all you got to do is grill it later.
Yeah. All you got to do is you just searing them now. Bring them to room temperature and sear them.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do that tomorrow. But I tell you one thing, we got Kirby in the chat right now, man.
What's up, Kirby?
Kirby Q.
What's up, Kirby Q? But Ellen, you kind of came on before I had the chance to steal your line, because I was gonna try to educate CJ and try to, how sometimes somebody's blowing your mind, but you want to sound smart with them. So I was gonna tell them that
this boy right here.
I will say, when they make that first cut, that's when they grade the cow.
Oh man!
But, I just hooked up with Kirby yesterday, man.
But let me tell you this. Today, I used that line, Dog Elton, Mr. Matthews. When I went to this meeting, and Dollar for Scholars, it's a cook that I'm doing to raise money for scholarships for high school kids to go to the different things. And I was talking about different things, and they told me about cuts and buying this and buying that. And I had to, I don't know how it came up, but basically I probably do, but right now I don't know how it came up. But I remember saying that, a grade of meat is judged off the first cut they take. And you should have seen the amazement of people when I said that. Yeah. So the point I'm trying to say is, you learn these things, guys, free of charge. And the reason why I'm pumping this, because we got 31 people on the chat. That's 31 people that's learning something that they never knew.
Yeah.
Or either they're getting refreshed. So my thing is, this is the master class, because it's so interactive. It's so and my thing is, I don't know why anybody will not want to learn nothing from these guys. I mean, I have learned a lot, So that's why
I am telling you, man, I am just thrilled that I've managed to hook up with you fellas, man. When I look at y'all's body of work, I am like, I am a noob. I am a noob, man. Dude, I just hope in a couple of years I'm halfway where you guys are, man. I am totally impressed, and I appreciate the fact that y'all are letting me hang out, man. I absolutely.
Man, really, trust me, I'm getting more out of this.
Oh man,
now,
dude, I'm
better for you, brother.
Hey,
I'm taking advantage of you.
When I come to y'all's channels, man, and I watch what's going on, I'm like, wow, 4 hours in, 89 billion views and whatnot. I'm like, wow, these dudes are killing.
Well, you know what, CJ? I tell you this. When I ran into you and met you last, what was it, March? I think it was for Austin Barbecue, and I had, I think I started YouTube December of 2018, and so when I met you, man, I was really on the front end of when things were starting to take off for me.
Yeah.
And I think when I met you, I was somewhere in that 2,200 subscriber range.
Yeah.
As of March last year, and here we are right now. We as we speak now, maybe crossing 83,000 subs.
Yeah,
and
sweet,
it's like it just really took off. Just within the last year, and I got to be honest, man. I mean, it's people like you, man, that I look up to. You may be new to the scene of YouTube, but you damn sure ain't new to cooking.
No
what I mean? You
Hell
know
to
what
no.
you're doing.
Hell to no.
So yeah, and even Jonathan, JB, our brother JB, he's got a great knowledge base that I look to, man, when we get together and hook up with our boy Ryan from Backline Smokers, and we all get together and we cook or whatever. I'm just sitting there just soaking it in, man, because I've been cooking for a long time, but you guys in a whole world of competition cooking, man. It's just a lot that you, as a backyard cooker, you can take from watching you guys and learning some of the little subtle things, that you can take and kind of put into your backyard game. So, man, you may be new to YouTube, bro, but you a veteran, trust me.
And I appreciate that, bro.
Yeah. Hey, like I said at the beginning, living legend.
Oh yeah.
The one and only, never duplicated. Never. You can try to imitate him, but you can't do it. You can't do it. Everybody wants CJ.
You don't want that headache.
Ma and Pa.
Yeah.
Ma and Pa. So it's story time, CJ. Hit us with some knowledge. Hit us with a story.
All right. Darnell is saying, tell us a story from his last GC cook. All right. It won't be this year. I've done 2 events this year. Did well. Both events. One event sanctioned 150 teams and had the 5th brisket and the 12th rib. But man, right now, it's just so herky jerky because I'm going long periods in between cooks. Really long periods between cook because of COVID. I'll go back to last year. Last year was my last GC, and again, we're not cooking. But I started off 2020 with 3 straight GCs.
Nice.
Including the San Antonio Rodeo, man. 270 something teams. So I really felt like we were primed for a big year before COVID hit. So my last GC was in Victoria, and I want to say we had 70 teams in Victoria, and it was an uneventful cook, minus one of those things where based on temperature, man, it's one of those things. I cook on an expert grill, very similar to I cook my chicken on an expert grill, very similar to a Weber, except it's about 5 inches deeper, and the bowl is not as shallow as a Weber. So the bowl is more steep. I get a little more distance from my coals to my birds, and I actually count the number of charcoal briquettes I put in it, so I can maintain that temperature, and my timing doesn't change on my birds. I'm cooking the same weight birds every cook off. So I'm just very detailed that way, and it's one of those things where based on weather, you can never figure out what that bird cook is going to do. And it was a cold, wet day, man, and the bird struggled to finish and whatnot. So it was I think I ended up with like a 3rd place bird, which I was so thrilled with. And for me at a competition, when I start off, man, when we start off and we get a chicken call, dude, from there, I just know that our chances of finishing in the mix are just sky high.
Yeah,
because ribs and briskets, man, are going to be in the mix 8 times out of 10. 8. That's how good I feel. Chicken just tends to be a bit of a wild card. Man, with chicken, there's 0 room for error. Brisket and ribs, I've got a little play room. If you're not 100% on point, if you're not on your A game, there's still some wiggle room in there. But with chicken, man, you got to be on the mark with chicken. Yeah.
And that's one thing I learned from a brother Kirby Q right here, that he is a chicken champ. But I tell you what, though, you're right. Chicken is the hardest thing to get right for some certain reason in any competition, I find out if you can do good in chicken,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
you can either be grand champion or reserve grand champion.
Oh yeah.
Chicken is just one of those things that you just got to either know how to do it or luck up. Or if you got both,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah, you the man. And always, every competition I've been in, seriously, and I hate to say this because it sounds cocky, but every competition I've been in, I always won chicken first place. And it always helped me to take those third, fourth place briskets, 10th place briskets to the grand champion.
Yeah. I'm with you.
If you hit that chicken, you're right. So, guys, I'm telling you again and again that if you're not subscribed to this man YouTube channel, you missing.
Oh yeah.
And if you're not on the Dog Father, you're missing.
Whoa, no doubt. No doubt.
You're striking out. You're striking out. You're striking out. You're striking out.
Thank you, Kirby. I appreciate it, bro.
So, how you been doing, Ellen?
Man, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm sitting back, man. I mean, CJ, bro.
Hey,
you know, I was combing through your channel the other day, man, and I gotta tell you, I came across a video. See, I've recently started doing live cooks for Grilla Grills, you know, on their Facebook page. Okay. And so when I came across one of yours, CJ, you were doing, you know, you the Traeger guy. You're part of Team Traeger. And so I was watching you do your live stream cook where you did the whole hog cook.
Whole hog,
yeah, man. And I dude, let me tell you, you know, I have a job that, you know, when things are going really cool, you know, whatever, I can just kind of sit back and, man, I kick back, dude, got my little drinky drink, sat right there, and I just watched you for an hour, just working on this whole hog, man, and doing what you do. And I'm telling you, it was so entertaining, dude. I love, man, for all of y'all that I just saw out there, what was it, Millennial Broadcast just said he just I'm telling you, man, if you are into watching people that, like he said, they have a great attention to detail for what they do, this man right here is definitely one of I do some trimming and stuff, and I just do some whatever just to get you in the ballpark so you can make a decent product. This man right here, when you see these guys busting out the knives and the scissors and everything, and they're getting all these angles and they want everything wrapped, man, I'm sitting there taking notes like, this dude right here is for real. But man, I loved watching you do your live stream, man. I absolutely loved it.
Man, I appreciate you, man. Be on the lookout next week, man. They haven't put their advertising out, so I can't get too out there. But something coming out next week, big Traeger, and be on the lookout, and we'll make something happen, man. But
awesome.
But, man, hey, T and I hooked up, man. Dog, you and we're gonna have to hook up and do something.
You know, I got the biggest Traeger.
Absolutely.
Bring
hey, but you know what's sad?
Work with you.
I got the biggest Traeger that money can buy.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I got the biggest Traeger money can buy. Ain't no other Traeger bigger than the Traeger I
got. hey, hang on for a second. Rodney, I had somebody tell me, man, that I shouldn't say that good shit and not the bullshit at the end of my videos.
Yeah.
And I kind of thought about it because, you know, I never once thought about families who were watching my videos on their TVs with their kids.
They do.
Okay.
Yeah. So I hadn't thought of that. And, you know, I spoke to the wife and I said, man, I can understand that. You know, I do want to keep it rated 0, 1X. Okay. So I'm gonna back off of that a little bit, man. But and I actually loved it because it's something I've been saying for years. Long before YouTube. It was just a thought, just a saying of mine, man. That I'm gonna give you my good shit, not the bullshit, blah blah blah. But I never thought about trying to do it in a public manner. So you're not gonna see that on any more vids, man.
Oh man,
I'm not gonna go back and remove it on what's already out there, but I took it good constructive criticism. And
okay.
that.
Yeah. But with that being said, I was confiding to a friend of mine, and he's a YouTube guy, and I said, man, I really want to improve on this, I want to improve on that, and I want to improve on this. And he said, well, T, if you improve on this, you improve on that, we're not getting the T. We're not getting TNT. So when he told me that made me feel so much better. So you can do what you want to do, but I'm telling you, and I'm a religious man, but when I tune in, I want to see Ma and Pa. I'm sorry. I want to see CJ. CJ. I don't want to see CJ going back. I want to see CJ. I want to see CJ.
But at this point, man, it comes so natural. I will have to make a conscious decision not to say it because it's just going to want to come out, and it might slip out.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if it slip out, it just does.
Yeah. But it's all good, man.
With TNT, I have decided, in the Apple store today, I was looking, and I had a basket in the Apple store today, about $2,600, because I'm trying to get my YouTube editing stuff stepped up. So I'm like $2,600 just in the computer and other things. And I'm telling my wife, I say, honey, I'm putting money into my YouTube because I want to step the situation up. But even the man that was selling me the videos, I mean, not the video, but the computer system, the Apple computer laptop or whatever he was selling me, and that was selling me the chip reader and all that good stuff. And then Apple support, which was $600 for lifetime. He was telling me that, hey, I'm a subscriber to your channel. I don't want you to change. I don't want you to get all what's the word I'm saying? All editing professionally and this but I want the raw TNT. So
well, dude, my thing is you've been at this for X number of years, man. You found your niche. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You have found your niche. I kind of feel like I am still feeling my way in there, still trying to find my where I fit in. I'm trying to get in where I fit in.
Well, so you always fit in right here, brother.
Yeah. Oh man, my dog here.
You got a home here.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a toast, but I'll drink because my wife is slipping right now. Bartender's slipping. Yeah. Hey, man, but y'all do you, man. I love y'all style. Your subscribers speak for your format. Man, do you, man?
Absolutely,
do you, bro. Amen.
I've got a friend that
Dogfather got that damn loot, that Barry White thing going.
Oh yes,
yes. Make me want to make babies watch
now.
Videos.
Hey, probably what you think.
Yeah.
Hey, well, what's funny.
Here's to you brothers, man.
Hey, man, absolutely. I don't have a drink, but hey, toast to you guys, man. Absolutely. But I tell you, one of the funny things is my wife and I will go through, comments and all this stuff and looking through it. And there's people that'll come on there and say, oh, man, so your voice is just so soothing. And, can you just do a video where you just like just read Christmas stories? And I'm like what?
Hey,
I don't get it.
I never had that, so you got to worry about that, bro.
Hey man, I'm like, all right, whatever. Hey, wait, did they watch? They watched. Hey, thank you for watching. Thank you for, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Darnell, where are you out of, bro?
since have you three competed in competition against each other? I am not a competition cook at all.
No,
I can say that.
No, we haven't. I'm in San Antonio, Texas. T is in the
frozen tundra
in Cornfield, Iowa.
hey. So, man, Iowa is, man, look, let me tell you something, bro, about Iowa. Iowa has some of the best people in the United States of America. You cannot find, and I mean this, bro. I grew up in Florida. When I got to Iowa, I couldn't wait to get the hell out of Iowa. But when you hit a state and these people are like just trying to just win you over every day they're trying to win you over. It's like, man,
Oh,
I had to say, this is one of the states that it's like I'm in an ozone layer. Like, like I'm in it's like a state where all the BS is kind of like just taken away, and it is what it is on every single way. You find goofies, but you find way more people that's good, better than the goofies.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's so good to it just makes you feel like, I mean, it's like I got so many best friends in Iowa till it's ridiculous. I'm talking like really dudes that like actually like, T, you're my best friend. No, you're my best friend, dude. Like honest to goodness, like you're my best friend. And my wife, like, you got so many best friends, like really? And then my wife is the total opposite. She got like one friend in the whole world. You know,
Those women are funny like that. They're not
yeah. My wife got like one friend, like, oh my God, do you not know you only got one friend? So like, yes, and I like it like that. You know, and I got
that's on that note, you know, that's competition barbecue, man. I mean, just awesome folks. And for the most part, there aren't a whole lot of brothers. There aren't a whole lot of brothers in competition barbecue. And which to me is just shocking. Man, I've tried to bring brothers into this hobby because there isn't a brother alive that does not think he can barbecue at home. You know, every brother you talk to, his wife tells him, his kids tell him, his buddies tell him, and I try to bring him out. You know, there's some brothers, man, I said, man, I'll give you a class, man. Just come on out. And they, I don't know if they don't want to pay entry fees, they don't want people judging their food, or they're just out of their comfort zone. You know, at a competition, more often than not, I'm one of few blacks. Sometimes we might have 2 or 3, but more often than not, I'm one of very few blacks. You know, primarily whites and Hispanics. And man, I have not had a problem, but one time, and I won't mention the town, but the person was drunk. And back then, I used to really do what we call a crawl. I go from camp to camp, introducing myself, and still finding my way. And this is how I picked up a lot of stuff, because I introduced myself, talked to people, and just listen to what they had to say, and picked up a lot of tidbits. And I should have known this camp was flying, and I shouldn't even say that because that's stereotyping. But this camp was flying the Confederate flag, and lots of drinks going around. And I walked in, introduced myself, and stuck my hand out to shake. And I mean, the guy looked at me like I had shit on my hand, and pretty much blew me off. And his friends immediately stepped forward and apologized for him. So it wasn't a group type thing, you know. That was just they had a lot to drink. And but that's as far as it is gone. Other than that, man, I am treated well, respected, and man, I fit in well. And for me, this was one of those things where I was looking for something after I left the military. You know, I had a group of friends for a little while, but as those on active duty, they change station and move away. One by one, my buddies were disappearing. And there was a period of time, man, where I had nobody, you know, no dominoes, no card games, no barbecues. And I was looking for something, man. And I discovered competition barbecue and it filled that void. And today, 90% of my interaction are with barbecue guys, man. Are with barbecue guys. I'm responding to the inquiries about my class, about barbecue, about products, the whole 9 yards. So they're an awesome group of guys. They're an awesome group of guys. Yeah, absolutely.
I got a story. I got a quick story, guys. I'm gonna share with you. So I was at a KCBS barbecue cook over in Mason City, Iowa. They had 160 teams there, right at 160 teams. Everything was full. Big wigs came into town. And we had the person here rolling grills. They just went down to the World's Championship and got like second place. And I was there to serve barbecue. That was my whole thing. I was there to vend, okay? And I had a lot of meat. I mean, when I say a lot of meat, I had a lot of meat. Just to let you know, we cooked right at 36 pork butts. So that should tell you how much meat I had. And we had over 15 cases of spare ribs because we were cooking just only spare ribs at a time. So we're at this KCBS cook, Kansas City Barbecue Society, and you can see me going around asking people live and stuff. So I'm there, and this gentleman comes up to me, and he says, I see you see TNT barbecue with a Southern is supposed to taste. Where you from in the South? And I say, well, I'm from a small town called Wildwood, Florida. But I grew up in a suburbs of that small town called Royal, Florida. And my family farmed peanuts, watermelon, cantaloupes, things of that nature. So this guy busts out, he say, Royal? I say, yeah, Royal, Florida. He say, I'm from, you know, and he lived in Minnesota. And he's like 10 years younger than me. So he's like, I'm from Royal, Florida. So here, I'm thinking this guy is like a YouTube stalker or some groupie, you know what I'm saying? And at the time, I only had like 4,000 subscribers. So I'm like, I'm not big enough to have groupies, but oh well, you know. And make a long story short, here is this guy is my cousin, like my cousin, like close generation cousin. And he calls his mother, I call my mother, and we on three-way. She's like, that's your cousin, boy. And he lives in Minneapolis, and here he is, got something called Machete Boys Barbecue, Team of the Year in Minnesota, KCBS Machete Boys Barbecue, and KCBS Cooker. And here I am up there selling barbecue, kicking butt, taking names. And just to tell you how good that weekend was, it was 12 other vendors, 12 other barbecue vendors. I outsold them all combined in one day, and I was there for 2 days. So that should tell you how good that day was. So, with that being said, I love barbecue. And my thing is, if you love it, it shows up in the presentation. It shows up in the food. It shows up on YouTube. It shows up everything you do. It shows if you're compassionate about things. And Papa Joe, you just showed up and showed out.
My man. Man, I appreciate you fellas, man. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
So, Elton, brother, I love you, man. I sure appreciate you taking time out here, man, and just coming out here and talking to me and Papa Joe, man. And guys, let me tell you something, man. Y'all just stay on Elton and Papa Joe. But I just want, is it okay? I just want to tell the YouTube guys that, man, you got to subscribe to these two guys. They're great guys, man. And I tell you what, you can't find this knowledge anywhere on YouTube without paying a fee for it. So consider yourself blessed. Consider yourself, let me see. Consider Papa Joe taking advantage of CJ, because we just got a lot out of you, brother, and I appreciate it. I appreciate you sharing those diamonds of wealth. And also, Elton, I appreciate you coming on with that nice, soothing voice. That voice that I do, because, like I say, we take things from the YouTube guys. Joe, James, Kirby, Rick, Meesall. I have learned so much from all the guys. And it's translating into my business. And it really has. And you can see my business grow to some barbecue that started in a pop-up tent, just doing something, to now, honest to goodness, like, dude, I'm telling you, when I go out there, I got a line. I got lines. I got lines. I got lines. I got lines. I got groupies. I got people following me every single time I set up. And that's because of YouTube. Because I'm learning, sometimes learning what to do is most, but what's more important is sometimes learning what not to do. And that's what, and I really appreciate that, guys. So if anybody else got a comment,
hey, we gotta acknowledge our brother James is in the chat, man. Aiming and claiming smokers.
Yes.
Oh, James.
Yeah,
Aiming and claiming smokers. Hey, phenomenon. Like, I called James with that pink salt video. With that Tender Quick video. I like, James, can you tell me about this right here? And James is the kind of guy, if you ask him, he gonna tell you the right way to do something. And that's why I like, James.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, I'm in the midst of damn royalty. I'm in the midst of royalty right now.
Hey,
what's up, James?
James' first YouTube video I seen was his rib cook, and he had I think you got the same thing, CJ. It's called the Smokinator.
Yeah.
James did some ribs on the Smokinator, and I cannot find that. So y'all need to send me one. Send TNT a Smokinator, because I can't find it
anymore.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't think they make them anymore.
Well, send me yours then. I'll send it back. But James is my dude, man. And I bother James all the time, and he always answer the phone. And that's what I love. I don't got Elton number. I'll be calling Elton, but I don't got Elton number.
Oh, Elton, we'll fix that.
I know I'm not from Texas. Phone number, Elton. I got CJ though.
I've hit him up on Facebook Messenger. It takes him about 3 days to respond, man. He's too busy.
I knew you talking CJ. I thought I was short on the phone. My wife always tell me I hang up on people. She said, baby, you're the shortest person I ever met on the phone. But I got a new person. CJ, he's short. CJ, like, yeah. All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hey, I am not a phone person, man. If you want to hit me up and really get in a discussion, hit me on Messenger or text. But I hate long phone conversations.
I know you do. Oh, you gotta tell me. Hey, CJ, we're gonna do this right. Bye-bye. All right, bye-bye. All right, bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm straight to the point.
Bye-bye.
Hey, that's what my mom be telling me. Yeah, I'm straight to the point, man.
Is it true? Is it true?
Yes, sir.
What's that? My man James said you always call him when he's at church.
Amen. Hey, I called James at church. I was like, hey, James, how you make beef cheese? Because you got to understand, when I opened that package up, all I saw was fat. I was like, what the heck? Yeah. So I'm calling Joe, James, like, man, y'all trying to sell me a pipe dream. How that gonna turn out like what y'all had?
Dude, but it's so good.
It is. Oh my goodness. Is it? Is it?
I love making beef cheeks, man.
We need to do a beef cheek collaboration, guys.
Yeah, beef cheeks are good. That and oxtails. You said oxtails earlier.
Oh, you know.
I love making some oxtails.
Hey. Oh, check this out. I got some oxtails, but they're like oxtails still together. They're not cut.
Oh, yeah.
I've got the whole tail. Yeah,
I got the whole damn tail.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
We need to do something. Let's do a collaboration, guys.
Hey, we probably should, man. I know that CJ and James just did a brisket collab.
Hey, hashtag.
I just didn't want to reach out to y'all, man. I got nothing on you guys, so if y'all ready to work with me, I'm in. Let's go.
Hey, hashtag.
Hey, we can always do it.
You know, here's the thing. Let's not make a time limit. Just drop the video and let's just put hashtag oxtails.
You know, hey, we'll get together. We'll get together offline and talk about it. And
let's make it happen right.
Yeah. So you know what? I will say this because I know James. I know James knows about this. But you know, I talked to brother Joe today, and Thyron, you might know about this too. That you know, Smoking Joe is trying to put together this whole video competition type. You know, did y'all already talk about that? Did you already talk about that with CJ?
Joe texted me.
Okay. So yeah, I talked to him about that earlier, and I think we're at 15 cooks. Okay. And I think he's looking for 20. So maybe we can get our brother CJ on in there.
Hey, but I'm just telling you though right now, you don't want to see me in no competition because
here we go.
You don't want to see me. I know you consider yourself the GOAT, the man, the legend. But CJ, hey CJ, ain't never met a man.
Thyron, before we continue, because that competition cooks that the juices come out, bro. We need to get James in here. We need to get James in here as we start to talk about all this now.
Yeah, Jay, come on in, Jay. Let me post this link.
Let's make it happen, man.
Because I'm gonna tell y'all quick, I am no shape, form, or fashion a competition cook. But I like to cook and have fun with it and hang out and
you gotta say
man, absolutely.
Barbecue and good people.
Absolutely.
Fun.
But when you talk about that competition, see that bring out a different side of TNT.
I see that.
The champ is here. The champ is here.
Now we mentioned competition. He act like somebody pissed in his Cheerios now.
Yeah, right.
Hey, that's the only way to beat them.
Hey, don't not piss, but excuse my customer, shit in the Cheerios.
Yeah.
I can respect it.
Hey, I'm gonna treat you like Tom Brady treated. I'm gonna treat you like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers treated them doggone Kansas City Chiefs. I'm gonna treat you like.
That was such a good game.
I am in.
Oh, man, I was so proud of Tampa Bay.
I mean, so I got my money on the Florida boy.
Hey, man, that's the best football in the United States of America played in the state of Florida, high school and college.
I don't know about all that.
If we can keep our talent in Florida, we would have the best.
California might have something to say about that.
Oh no, you can't top California.
Yeah.
Hey,
there he is. There he is.
What's up, man?
What's up, James?
What's going?
Man, I tell you what, James, I hate
hold
that.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I got some hold on 1 second. Let me cut that off. All right, there you go. Wait a minute. Am I on?
I'll be right back.
We
All
got
right.
you, bro. I was just gonna say, man, I hate that
feedback.
I had to miss you over at JB's event here last weekend, man. But I saw some of the shots. It looked like a lot of fun, though, man.
Yeah, it most definitely was, man. It was an awesome time out there. You know, perfect day. The weather was nice.
Yeah.
And you know, just a day full of cooking. You know, everyone kind of did their own specialty.
Yeah, and, I bet Trey was out there doing those birria tacos, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Dude, I've never had berry. I need to try that at some point.
CJ, you're missing out, man.
Yeah, I've never had it, man.
You know,
he actually Trey actually did those birria tacos on Man Fire Food with Roger Mooking. And he used one of Ryan's cookers. Actually, I think he used the 3-in-1.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Ryan hit me up a little while ago.
Yeah.
He was supposed to show up at in Wharton a couple of weeks ago.
I thought he did go down there.
Yeah.
Well, man, it was a large event, and I didn't. Yeah. And with COVID, you know, I'm not moving around from camp to camp.
Yeah. He was out there.
All right, and at awards, I hung way in the back. So I wasn't the most social of people, so I might have missed him.
Yeah, he went down there with, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think JB and Rossler.
Yeah,
went down there.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't see him on stage, so
no, they didn't make stage.
Yeah,
I think I remember him saying it was a rough event.
All right.
So, but they just went. I think he did. I can't remember if he was in the Humble or not. But I saw Bill showed out at Humble, didn't he?
Yeah, no, I was in Humble. They weren't out there. No. Yeah, Bill did very well, man.
Yeah, he did.
Chicken fry.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, that dude has come a long way when he very first started out. I think it was maybe his third comp that he ever did. I was out there with him, and we walked in all 4 tickets, Cook's Choice, and all the other 3. And that dude from then has just taken off, man. He's done very, very well. He's been very fortunate to be surrounded by a lot of other guys who have taken him under his wing, like Philip Breeden and even Fred Robles. Aside from taking their classes, those guys, even outside of the classes, has taken him under their wing.
Yeah,
and you know, he's just been killing it. He's been doing very, very well.
What I found also impressive from Chicken Fried Man was the way he continued to cook last year when COVID was just, ravaging folks. That dude was still out there every week.
Yeah, so a lot of the comps here in Texas got canceled.
Yeah,
KCBS was
driving.
Yeah,
he was right, absolutely. A lot of the comps in Texas had got canceled, and this dude was driving to Oklahoma. I mean, just a bunch of different states. He was driving all over the country.
Man. He's committed 100%.
Yeah, so I mean, he's definitely put in the work to kind of get his name out there. and he's done it very successfully in a short amount of time.
Yep.
And just, man, I just love the dude. He's an all around great dude.
Great guy. Yeah.
He's a great dude.
And that's the thing with a lot of other barbecuers. I mean, they're all like CJ. You go to cook off and you run into CJ and just hang out with him, and then he'll chop it up with you. That for me, that's just kind of one of the things I love the most about barbecue competitions. You could go out there and just kind of meet people, and if you needed an injector or something like that, and they had an extra one, it's yours. That's just kind of how the barbecue community works. So
yeah, that's one thing I noticed. Because like I said, I'm not a comp cooker, but whenever I do get out to these, you mentioned CJ about being out in San Antonio, and I was down there last year, or was it year before last? And no, it was last year. And I don't think I didn't get to meet you then, because I didn't meet you until the Austin event. But when I was there and we were rolling around and hanging out with people or whatever, and James's camp was right there next to JB's, and dude, the thing that I'd noticed is just how everybody just worked together. Even though you guys are competing against each other, it's family, man. And everybody, if you missing something, you need something, you can ask them. And
man. I got it, you got it.
Yeah, it's like everybody from Iowa.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. That's what a competition is like. Everybody's from Iowa.
Yeah. That's the ticket, man.
Yeah, you're right. You while we are there to compete against one another, you still want to see other people do well, especially your friends. And then, when you put out good, just small things, like I said, if someone needed an injector and I had an extra one, if I gave it to them to use, just small stuff like that. When you put out good, I think you get good. And then that's just kind of like the barbecue order. I mean, we all know there are certain times you don't come around, right? I mean, and so most cooks know that.
Say we all know, because there's some.
Well, that's that one. I wasn't finished. For the most part, we all know those who are in the game know. But yeah, you're right. There are a lot of people who don't know.
I think they do know what they're doing. Hey, my wife is awesome at running interference. My wife is awesome at running interference. So, when I'm in the middle of something and you come through, she's like the bouncer. She'll check you at the door. You're not on the list.
Got to go.
Security.
Yeah.
You don't have to go home, but you get the hell away from here.
No, but I welcome folks, man, at the camp, as long as they choose the right time. And I will gladly sit down. Like I mentioned earlier, I got so much out of my walk-arounds and talking with the experienced folks back in the day, man, and pieced my game together. So wherever I can, man, I try to give a little something back. I try to give a little something back.
Well, when it comes to YouTube, I mean, when it comes to competition, and you may not believe this, like I probably win 90% of the competitions I go to, and I'm not bragging, but that's because of YouTube. Honestly, goodness, I win 90% of my competitions. It was because of YouTube. Because I truly take what good people, because we got goofies in YouTube too. But I'm talking good cooks. I take what they say literally. Do I not, James? When James tell me something, it's the Bible. It's the barbecue Bible. When I called James, I said, James, what's up with this? I don't say James, but well, I know you said this, James, but I don't think that's true. When James say, "At brisket, do this, do that," I'm doing that because my thing is I'm calling him to learn. Same thing with you, CJ. Same thing with I'm calling to learn. So my thing is, if you want to learn, you gonna learn, and you don't have to. Nothing against master class. There's nothing against your class, CJ. But I feel like YouTube is such a tool that a lot of people is slipping. And I don't know why. Because when I'm out there talking things, I'm just relaying what I learned on YouTube when it comes to competition. And flabbergasted. That's just like today. I was talking barbecue. And I repeated what Elton said. If you thought I was the smartest person in the room, hey, you smart. How do you know that? And I couldn't even say, hey, this guy from YouTube told me this. I just say, I know what I know because I know what I know. But the point I'm trying to say is, it's so much knowledge out there, but you got to trust the source. Plain and simple. You got to trust CJ. You got to trust, and the only way you can trust it is doing it and watching it turn out. Like right now, I'm on Amazon. I'm gonna order that jerk season, and I'm gonna do some jerk chicken because I'm trusting the source. And then I'm gonna put the source to the test, and that's what Elton. That's what James. I'm gonna say, hey, no offense, James, but like I've been watching your video, but your barbacoa don't look like this. And James was like, hey, just put it in there. Joe was like, for Smoking Joe, just put it in the pan, T. Just smoke it, put it in the pan, and leave the fat on there. It's gonna turn out right. And when it did, it was delicious. So the point I'm trying to say is, it's so much information, great information, but I just don't understand why. I'm just blown by y'all guys' knowledge. I am a groupie when it comes to YouTube.
I will say this, like I know for me, I share a lot of information, but there's a lot of stuff that you guys don't, or a lot of stuff that I don't share. And I'm going to say this to kind of support CJ here. So he teaches a class. I took his class a while back. I will say this: I got away from his recipes, and then I here in the last year have come back to them. And I'm going to tell you, since I made the switch back, I've been hitting. And
dude, that is one of the things about recipes and competition. Man, they have a way of rolling themselves back around.
Yes.
That's why you've always got to keep them on that back burner. They have a way of working themselves back around. It is absolute certainty about that. Man, Millennium Broadcast. Good question.
Absolutely.
Man, I just put out a video. I know it's an older video, but I've got a video on my channel, man, about the ins and outs of competition barbecue, where I talk about how important it is that we continue to bring new, fresh blood into this competition game if we want to keep things going. So, yes, we're always looking forward, man, to bringing new folks in. And I talk about some of the ins and outs, some of the advantages and disadvantages. So check out that video on my channel about this, just basics of competition barbecue. There's so much info that you need to have and think about. Everything from from needs to team dynamics to processes. There's just so much, man. And before you make that decision, you need to go to a couple, 1 or 2 or 3 competitions to see how people are, how people set up, some of the equipment they have. But there's a lot more, man, that we can sit down and talk to in the what time we have left.
Okay. And advantages and disadvantages. Yeah, I think. I mean, I even have a few videos. Just, and in fact, I just got a comment today from someone asking. They're just wanting to get into competition. So I've got a 3-part series, just talking about just small stuff that you might need for a comp. That I think is very helpful. But I want to tell you guys, man. You could go to comps week in and week out, and you know, try to figure it out on your own, or you could you could shorten the learning curve and take a class. And I'm telling you, I know for me early on, one of the things that I was like, damn, these classes are kind of expensive. But when you think about your entrance fees, the money you spend on meets, the money you spend on rubs, and all the other small stuff that you're gonna need for a comp, the learning curve that you shorten and the amount of money that you save in taking one of these classes is freaking insane. And I'm telling you, man, CJ, I believe you have an online one also.
Yeah,
CJ, right?
You know, and I hate to use the term online. It's a video series.
Video series.
When I say online, people tend to think it's a live online class, and it's a video series.
Video series.
But James, like you, man, I tell people, I say, yeah, I want you to take my class, but if you're not going to take my class, take a class, because it will cut the learning curve.
Yeah.
And I don't care what instructor you choose, man, you're going to walk away with some knowledge that you did not previously have.
You'll make your money back in one call.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. But here's a good thing, though. And I'm going to say this about you, CJ, and James and Elton. I'm not a teacher. When people go to my channel, they're entertained. Okay? I feel like I'm an entertainer because that's what I do. But James, Elton, and CJ, they're teachers. So what I mean by teachers is that some people can entertain. Some people watch TNT because I give shout outs. I like to kind of kick it and do this and do that. But you can learn some stuff, but I'm very entertaining. That's just myself, okay? But I have learned so much from James, CJ, and Elton, and James especially, because he's been on YouTube a long time. So my difference is you have this. You have a wealth. I just feel like it's like a fountain of wealth. Like you can just drink and drink and drink and learn so much because, James, I really believe if I watch your videos, you done gave it all up. That's just my honest opinion. You say you have it, but I believe you have it.
No, he still got some tricks.
There are a lot of competition guys that I know that watch my videos, so I purposely keep a lot of stuff. You're right. So I purposely keep a lot of stuff hidden, but I give out. I give out more than probably a lot of other people, and I'm telling you, man, I take a lot of heat for it.
I can't give out for free.
Right.
Yeah, there's things I can't give out for free.
CJ,
it's just in the
James,
Yeah,
if you
absolutely.
if you hide stuff, you doing a good damn job because I don't know where you hiding at.
Oh,
Hey, can I get a man, Miss Matthews? We got the same name.
yeah.
If you hide,
you gotta pay for it.
I don't know where the hell you're hiding at. Cause I'm looking, and to me, you know, it's not like watching a YouTube video where you watch the YouTube video and you see something, and then you see them season it, and they say, you see this awesome slab of ribs, you see this awesome brisket. That's what I don't get with your channel, James. I don't get that with your channel. I don't get that with your channel, Ellen. I get a process, and then I see the finished product. So when I think you holding back, I don't think so. I think that you're trying to hold back. You're too big of a perfection to hold back. You're too big of a perfection to hold back. It's an ego thing. Like you, Ellen, you can't hold back. I don't care how much you try, but you like, hey, if I'm gonna do a damn job, I'm gonna do the best trimming job I can do. Hey, I can pay your money and take your class and your video with that trimming video with that brisket, CJ, I'm talking to you. There's no way in hell that brisket video, I even called you, I was like, that trim. And you like, watch that point, catch up with the flat, or watch that flat, catch up with the point. There's no way in hell. You teaching that.
Dude, that is the good shit. And not
the bullshit.
Yeah.
That's the bullshit. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. That's free shit.
But if you want all the shit,
yeah, now you want all this shit.
Then you gotta sign up for it.
Hey,
man, I'll tell you quick. I don't hide anything, man. To me, I'm just trying to get all the information out there as far as the process goes, and just give you something to play with, But I'm not on that level with CJ and James where they're actually competing, where they out there making making money at what they do, trying to do this or whatever. I'm just I'm a backyard dude, man, and just try to help people learn how to get back there in the backyard and have fun. So it's a totally different animal.
No, and for me,
I disagree.
I'm trying to
disagree with you, Ellen. Ellen, I disagree with you, bro. Passion is passion.
Oh, it is absolutely.
When I see you trying to put out the best product you can put out.
Right. But he's not doing it on the competition level, is what he's saying.
Yeah, no doubt.
I know what he's saying, but my thing is, when I see Ellen Barbecue, I done seen people compete, and I'm like, I want to put that shit on 2 slices of bread, put it in the microwave, melt it down, and pour it down my throat. I'm just saying. But when I see Ellen shit, I'm like, bruh, really? I would eat the hell out of that. You know what I'm saying? I
try to make it simple. I try to make it simple, man.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. Absolutely.
Good barbecue, right? Good barbecue is not simple.
Absolutely, it is.
Good barbecue is simple.
Absolutely, it is.
If good barbecue was simple, you wouldn't have a YouTube page.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Throwing meat. If all it was throwing meat on a grill, I wouldn't have a YouTube page. We can put the same person with the same grill, with the same wood, with the same charcoal. And it'll be one person that you'll throw that shit away, flush it down the toilet, and say, never put it in my mouth again. And then it'll be one person be like, I don't know what that was, but that was close to staying to heaven. You understand?
Okay, all right. So check this out. So let me ask you this. When you see my channel, what is my channel known for to you, Byron?
To me, your channel known for me is somebody that cares about the person that's trying to put out barbecue.
Okay. So here we go. So most people when they come to my channel, and I'm not going by just my old what I think. I'm going by the analytics and what the analytics tell me. Okay, and the analytics tell me that people come to my channel for brisket. They want brisket. I mean, I love cooking all this other stuff. And for the longest time, I did all these other things because I didn't want to cook brisket because I was being hard-headed, but that's another story. So anyway, I started doing brisket, and then, okay, so that's what people gravitate to the channel for. Now, I just said that what I do, I try to keep it super simple. And you're telling me that I'm not. Now, here we go. CJ and James are brisket masters. These guys, hold on. Let me finish.
Yeah.
These two guys are brisket masters at what they do in competition. Yeah. So here's the thing, and I'm not asking either one of you guys to tell me specifically what you use or whatever, but all I'm gonna ask you is this one question, and you can just come with a number, okay? How many different ingredients do you use when you put together your briskets? So James is saying 4. CJ?
About the same.
About 4. Now, I said I keep it super simple, right?
Yeah.
Salt and pepper.
Salt and pepper is all I put on brisket.
I've watched you.
Salt and peppers, and people that I've had at my house that's had brisket, for me, they think, nah, you put something else. Brother, I'm telling you, salt and pepper. That's it. I'm not using, this and that and that and this and then inject, and then I'm not doing any of that. I'm literally doing salt and pepper because I believe in the flavor, number one, because I love it with that posto. But I believe in trying to keep it super simple.
I agree with you with that situation. When I say that it's not simple, I mean as a whole.
But it can be. Yeah. That's the point that's what I try to get across in my when I'm trying to show somebody how to do barbecue. I try to break, because I think too many people are getting in their head and they think that, oh, I can't do that because they had to do this and that and the other and blah blah. Dude, look here. I keep it in phases. First phase, you smoke the meat. Second phase, you tenderize the meat.
Yeah.
Third phase, you rest the meat. Fourth phase, you eat the meat. Don't get much more simple than that.
Get my damn pencil and paper.
Here's the situation. No. Even though you're doing that, you keep it in phases, and you believe you keeping it simple. I watch because you put out a outstanding product. But here's the thing, though. People watching you for you.
Oh, I can believe that too. Right. Yeah.
Okay. You are not. When I say simple, I mean like even if you put salt and pepper, but you can't teach patience. Mm-hmm. You can't teach patience. You can't teach the rest time. I mean, it's just me personally. I'd have been in backyard competitions where Joe Smo cooked outstanding brisket, but he just don't have enough patience. That he just 30 minutes before turning, he slices his brisket. He got to slice his brisket because he just can't wait till 5 minutes before turning time to slice his brisket. And that's a big difference. Is I'm lying, CJ? Can I get an amen?
Oh, I feel you, Brady.
Okay. So when I say you're not keeping it simple, you have the patience on YouTube and your personal life, whether a camera on or not, you're going to do your brisket the same way, right, Ellen?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So the point I'm trying to say is when they're watching you, it's still going to be a complex behind it because you're putting out a brisket on a Weber kettle grill that is similar to Andrew Franklin, which got a freaking 1,000-gallon smoker, and you put out a similar brisket. Now you tell me if that's simple. It may be simple in design. It may be simple in just talking about it. But you go out there with a Weber kettle grill and try to put out a brisket like Elton Matthews put out a brisket. That shit ain't easy.
But see, but this is again, like I said, it's for me, it is still it's backyard.
It's easy.
No. Hold, hear me. It's
Yeah,
I say it's you got a backyard versus competition. Okay, backyard. Now, what I mean by that is, dude, I can't tell you how many people have hit me up through Instagram, through Facebook, through email, telling me that, dude, I followed your recipe, followed your video, and my brisket came out awesome for the first time.
Okay.
Man, I did a brisket for Christmas. I had all these people at my house, and I was nervous because it was my first brisket. And I followed your video to the letter, and it came out absolutely perfect. Now that to me is simplifying it, because I don't care. CJ can sit down with me and tell me every single thing to do to make a brisket like he makes for competition, and I don't think I'll be able to do it because it's a complex type of situation that you're putting together. But for the backyard guy, I try to make it super simple, whether it's brisket, ribs, chicken, pork chops, turkey. I don't care what it is that I'm making. I try to give it to you in such a simplified way that you understand the method so that you can then go and put your own flavor profiles on it and play around with it. I don't want it to be, you have to do exactly what I say step for step. But if you understand the method, then that's when you start cooking. Because at the end of the day, I don't care what we make. Guys, we're cooking. We're cooking. You have fun cooking. You start doing a bunch of different things in the kitchen. You do it the same way out there on the barbecue grill. Just cook and have fun with it.
I guess what I'm looking at is the word brisket.
Mm-hmm.
Because to me, brisket is the thing that I work so hard to achieve. When I have said this in many videos, if it wasn't for James and it wasn't for Joe, I still would have been. And this is, and I'm selling barbecue, guys. I'm actually selling this shit. I'm actually like out there in a trailer selling this shit by tons. So my thing is, I don't want to sell something that not representative of what it's supposed to be. But the thing is that through James and through Joe and through this James and Joe, I would say I used to just sell brisket because it was such a hard thing, and it was a couple things that made my brisket game go through the roof. Number one is I stopped buying Walmart shit. I started buying choice, okay? That's the first thing. The second thing is I stuck with a season, Caverner's Greek season, my SPG plus Caverner's, and I've been hitting home run. And I think that really helped me is and I think this is what helped me the most too. I stayed with the pellet grill, but I kind of got away from the pellet grill and went straight to stick down. If I'm gonna cook brisket, it got to be on a wood grill because it's a difference. It's a difference. And I think with that, my mind is made up now that the only way I can stay consistent is if I'm doing it on a reverse flow smoker and I'm keeping it the same recipes. So I'm not deviating. Like I was a butcher paper groupie. I was. I loved the butcher paper. What I mean by I loved it, I loved the ideal of butcher paper. I love Texas brisket butcher paper, but my best brisket was off of aluminum foil. It was juicier. It was way juicier. It was I liked it a lot. It tasted more flavorful. And all I had to do is tighten that bark up, is take out aluminum foil before I rested it, is put it back on a smoker and let it tighten up like I do my ribs. And when it tightened up, I was able to wrap it back up and put it in the proofer, and it was good. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that Ellen is I guess out of all the meats, I agree with you. When it comes to ribs, when it comes to chicken, when it comes to everything else. But with brisket, it's so much complex into doing a simple brisket and making it simple till you have to get away from all the other stuff and just keep it simple. That's the most complexity thing about brisket is just to keep it simple and just to use the Weber kettle grill or whatever you cook it on. To me, that's the most complexity about brisket is learning how to do less or what not to do. You remember I said at the beginning, sometimes learning what not to do is better than learning what to do. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what I'm trying to say with complexity to me is learning what not to do.
The thing is, I believe is all about experience. Mm-hmm. You know, I definitely agree with what he is saying because once you've got that experience, it becomes a simple process, man.
Yeah,
it requires aside from managing your fire, the brisket requires very little attention. You know, if you've got your timings down, you have an idea when it's going to be time to wrap. You don't have to, every 20 minutes opening your pit, closing your pit. You know exactly what that pit is going to do. So it comes with experience. But for the new person, brisket can be a difficult piece of meat. And what I like about he simplifies it, man.
Yes, he does.
It doesn't get much simpler in his process.
No,
it doesn't get much simpler. But once a person has done it 2, 3, 4 times, man, they really they've mastered it, and they come to realize it's a simple process. But my main question is, what makes brisket so appealing to YouTube viewers?
I think because not everybody knows how to do it. You know, you see they have what they thought was good brisket. Most of the time, I mean, you look at people putting brisket in crock pots and whatever's. But when you see somebody make that meat jiggle, and it's got the right jiggle to it. You slice into that point and it looks like you holding a handful of marbles. You know what I mean? Not everybody can do that. And so it's like, ooh, I want to do that. It's like when, you see somebody make a really fantastic hamburger on the grill or whatever, or a flat top griddle. And you're like, damn, that looks good. I want to learn how to make that. I think people look at that and they see that with brisket and they're like, man, I want to be able to do that. But they think that it's something complex because of the amount of time involved in making that happen. And for us, I don't know, maybe we take it for granted because brisket is just what we do.
Yeah.
Brisket is boring to me.
It is.
It's boring to me making brisket, because you can put it on the pit and what you said, CJ, it's about fire management. You playing with the fire and maintaining these temperatures or whatever, which a lot of that gets taken out of the equation when you're running a pellet smoker. You just got to keep pellets in it or whatever. Yeah. And so making brisket is boring as hell. But when you do it right, you hit your right marks or whatever. And the biggest tip I'm gonna give to everybody out there that don't know, stop cooking brisket to an internal temperature.
Man,
please stop. I keep telling people that, and people will still ask me what temperature was it when you pulled it off. I don't know. I don't check it. I don't care. Stop. Well, Aaron Franklin says you have to put. Okay, cool. If that's what you're going by, then stay with that. But I'm going to tell you, every brisket is different. They're not going to finish at the same temperature. If I tell you pull it off at 200 degrees or 202 degrees, and you happen to have a brisket that was finished at 198 or a brisket that's not going to be finished till it's 212, now you're going to think, I don't know what I'm talking about. No, you pulled it off too early or you pulled it too late looking for a number. You got to go for that tenderness and what it feels like.
Absolutely
so once you
right.
understand that, then you will, because I still get questions about that to this day. Like, hey, I checked it and the point was feeling this way and the flat was feeling this way. So should I pull it? Okay. Is that the tenderness that you want? I can tell you what it feels like for me, but you got to understand what it feels like for you. When I get my flat and I get my point and they're feeling pretty similar, then you know what? Maybe it's time for me to go ahead and pull it off and let it rest. And now we can deal with it.
One of the things I do in my class, man, when I've reached that point where I think my brisket is finished, man, I have my students all come, and this is pre-COVID, have my students all come up and I have them probe that brisket in several places. And I said, this is what a finished product feels like. This is what I consider tender. And at all times, I've got that. I'm making sure they're holding that thermopin with the down, because I don't want them looking at the temperature.
Yeah.
Because I remind. I said I finished brisket at 200 through 212, and everywhere in between. So if you start banking on a temperature, you're going to be wrong more often than not. And that only comes with time.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, so Millennial Broadcast asks a very good question. It's, what is your opinion on 3 keys to effective fire management? It seems so simple, but you could have an hour-long discussion on that alone. And I'm gonna just drop my 3 and then I'm gonna give it to these pros here. So because I am a stick burner by heart, but my channel has made me go the route of pellet smokers and Weber kettles right now. But this is what I'm gonna say. Number 1, you have to develop a good, solid coal bed. Okay. For me, I'm not going to tell you that, that this is the absolute gospel of order, but I'm going to just say, 1, you have to have a good, solid coal bed. If you don't have that coal bed, you're not going to maintain temperatures. Remember that heat comes from coals and flavor comes from wood. So if you're burning wood, you're not going to maintain heat in that pit unless you have a coal bed to sustain the heat. So you got to have a good coal bed. You got to have your wood proportional to your firebox and your cooker. You don't want some wood that's too big. If you got a little backyard model, it ain't going to make sense to have big splits in there. It's not going to burn right. You're not going to develop those coals. So make sure you have the right size wood relative to your firebox and the flow of the cooker that you're using is another key that I'm going to say. Okay, so those to me are going to be, the things that I'm going to be looking at. And then the final thing is going to be, you're going to have to read your curve, the curve of when your temperatures hit where you're going to be cooking at. Once that temperature is starting to fall, if you don't have a coal bed sustained, you're behind and you're going to be playing catch up the rest of that cook. And so now you got to get into reading the wood that you have, because it's a puzzle. When you got a stack of wood there, it's a puzzle, whether you're going to grab a big piece of wood or a smaller piece of wood or a heavier piece of wood or a lighter piece of wood, because all of those are going to determine how you maintain your coal bed to keep those temperatures sustained. So,
didn't I tell you that earlier?
Yes, it did.
About those different size sticks, man, based on where your coals are, you want a smaller piece to really catch up. So again, dude, that's on point, man. I find often, there's a period where I would allow cooks to bring their pits to my class. And I was shocked at how often students would show up with stick burners where the fireboxes had no grate. And I don't know if it's something they saw in some of these barbecue restaurants where their pits are designed, no grate, their fires are just on their firebox floor, sitting on top of the ashes. But the average stick burn will not burn as well without that consistent airflow underneath the fire. That grate allowing your ashes to fall as opposed to your fire sitting on those ashes. I've had classes where I've jerry-rigged students' pits in the middle of burning, and instantly, man, their pits, thin blue smoke, instantly stabilizes and burns well. So that's one of the things that a lot of people don't think of. You know, that fire needs oxygen. That fire needs oxygen for consistent burn.
Not all pits are designed to operate like that, where you have them on the bed.
Right.
Yep.
Well, you know, I said something a long time ago, and my wife actually kind of made it like a saying when I'm telling people all barbecue grills are not created equally.
Yep.
So we had a buddy that had a stick burner, and he was like trying to find out how can he get consistent chicken. And he says, "T, my chicken turns black before it gets crispy. Why is that?" So all I told him is to put a whole handle and open his lid. Well, the reason being is because he was cooking out one of those Bronco, one of those Brickman smokers, and the heat could not leave the cook chamber fast enough because of the stack was too small. And when he put the whole handle inside of his smoker, the heat was leaving fast enough, so it was going through like a convection kind of situation, and it was crisping the skin and making it golden brown. But the heat was so you get average 370 degrees. But if the heat don't leave fast enough, it turns the skin black because of sugars and all that. But even if he didn't try sugars, he'll get the same thing because the heat was not leaving fast enough. So first of all, you got to have a grill. You got to know your grill. First of all, you got to know what kind of grill you got. And me personally, I think it's such thing as a brisket smoker. It's such thing as because all smokers are not meant for cooking all meats, because some smokers just ain't equal. So a stick burner to me is the hardest thing to cook chicken on. Can I get an amen?
Oh, I absolutely.
Okay, so if I'm gonna cook chicken in the competition, or if I'm gonna cook chicken for my wife and kids, it's gonna be on the Weber kettle grill or some form of a kettle grill. Okay, so if I'm gonna cook a pork bust, I'm gonna pull out a pellet grill. For number one, I believe you could get some real good smoke flavor on a pellet grill, depending on the pellets. Second of all, is that to me, my wood is more valuable than my pellets. So so it's a lot of things. But going to the question is, first you got to know what grill you cook it on. The second of all, you got to know how to manipulate the heat. You got to know how to manipulate the heat. And prime example, fat side up, fat side down. You know, if my heat is radiating from the bottom, I'm gonna go fat side down because I want my fat to render and protect the meat. Right, guys? Or is that a myth? I don't know. But to me, that's what I'm doing. If I'm cooking on a stick burn, the heat coming from the side, I'm gonna do fat side up on my reverse flows or on my big stick burner. If I'm cooking on a pellet grill, it's fat side down. Okay?
You know what I think is even the easier way? Like when I say I try to simplify things, when people ask me about that, where does the fat go? I always tell them, like you said, you got to understand your cooker. Your fat goes between your meat and the heat.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a simple answer. Like Ellen said, thank you, Ellen. I really appreciate that. That's why I love you, brother, because you make something so simple. And that's actually what's the word I'm looking for? That's actually a gift to make something hard simple. Explain it. So for number 2 is knowing your wood. Hey, CJ, that is A1. And that's the reason why I tell people all the time, you got to know where you get your wood from. You got to know how long it's been treated, cured, or basically ready to cook, seasoned. Your wood should be light. You shouldn't be having these heavy logs, these heavy splits. Your wood should be light because the water content should be dried out of your wood, okay? Number 1. Number 2 is knowing what kind of wood you're smoking with. You can't be thinking you're cooking with hickory when you're really cooking with oak. You got to know what kind of wood you're getting. Okay, so that's number 2. Number 3, I think when it comes to that is flavoring. What I mean by that is like if you put wood in that smoker and that wood is burning, your smoker is burning hot and efficient, you got to know that you're not going to get the smoke quality that you're thinking you're going to get. That, to me, the best briskets I done had come out of a smoking brisket is coming out of Weber Kettle Grill. I don't know why, but it got to do with the splits because I'm using Western wood chunks. I'm using the wood chunks come from the Ace Hardware Western, the ones that you use, CJ.
Yes, sir.
Wood chunks. And I'm putting those inside of a Weber Kettle Grill. And to me, it renders the fat better. And to me, that's the best brisket that I ever tasted came from a Weber Kettle Grill. I don't know why. Maybe Elton, maybe James can explain that. But for some certain reason, that one brisket I cook is like a pipe dream. I'm always chasing that taste. And I don't understand it. Maybe y'all guys can explain that.
I was gonna tell you something, but I'm giving away too much. So I'm gonna hold that one close to my chest. But I know exactly where you're coming from. With that Weber. That Weber gives a brisket a little steak type taste.
Yes.
It gives the brisket a grill type, almost similar to what you get off of a drum. It's a grill type. And I think it has to do with that proximity to the heat, to the fire, that really, really dries it to a nice degree, man. Crisp to a nice degree, almost like a steak, real crusty.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about a brisket off of something like a Weber. Yeah, absolutely.
It's like a pit barbecue flavor.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
James? Well, man, hey, let's see if we can't get this damn little cook-off thing together, man, and work on collaboration, man. I'll be looking forward to that. Yeah.
Absolutely, man. I'll add you to the conversation.
Yeah. If CJ hasn't been added to it, we definitely need to add him to that.
Yeah.
Let's hope he's not just someone that I go up against in the first round.
Hey, I'll be that sacrificial lamb so we can get on to the heavyweights.
Hey, I want the best. I consider myself Tampa Bay. I want to win in the wild card and go to the Super Bowl and take my ass up. So put me in the wild card with the best.
Yeah, let's make that happen, man. That'd be awesome.
Hey, CJ, I want to ask Mario was in the chat and asked a question, and I just want to hear your thoughts on it. And his question is a water pan necessary for a brisket cook?
Man, and that's smoker dependent. That is smoker dependent. For example, prior to me getting my Jambo, I used to cook on a Gator. I had a Gator captivator. Awesome pit and never needed water. But on my Jambo, after I did a couple of practices at the house, I recognized that I was getting like on my ribs, getting a little bit of a candy shell on the top, a real leathery type, hard shell, like things were drying out. And again, that's because of my deflector plate that points my heat upwards immediately out of the firebox, and then it bounces off the ceiling of my chamber back down. So I'm cooking from the top down. And after playing with it a couple of times, I inserted a water pan. I talked to a couple of other Jambo cooks and inserted a water pan, and man, that additional little bit of moisture did away with it. Now I will tell you, I've got some cooks that will put 5 gallons of water into the chamber bottom themselves. Mm-hmm. All I do is take a half aluminum foil pan, fill it with water, and stick it in front of my firebox, and that did the trick. But that is the only pit that I've ever used a water pan on. Don't use it on Weber's. Don't use it on the WSM. Don't use it in the pellets. Never. That's the only pit I use the water pan on. Yeah.
I think you hit it on the head. It's a lot about that convection, man.
Yeah.
Oh, how that convection works on whatever pit you're using, how hard that draw is, and how much is pulling that across that meat. Yep. Sometimes you might need that little bit of humidity to help out, but I don't find that I absolutely necessarily have to do it, on my cookers, so to speak. Even, one of the things I got into that, I'm gonna put a water pan in regardless. And I had put it in on my Kamado. And man, the first I had my glasses on one day and I opened up that Kamado, man, and it just steamed up, I was like, man, I don't think I really need this. And the next cook I did was like, nah, I don't need a water pan in here. So I think you kind of read it like you said, it's cooker dependent.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll tell you on here lately, even on my damn pellet smokers, man, I've been running the water pan, and so I'm still trying to figure out what the issue is, because I'm running into some issues where I'm finding when I wrap my brisket, whether it's in foil or even ribs, whatever meat I'm wrapping, whether it's in foil or butcher paper, I'm finding that it's sticking to the foil, or it's sticking to the foil pan, and almost and burning in a lot of cases. Mm-hmm. So I've been running water pans, like even in my pellet smokers, on the bottom rack, and then putting my meat on the second rack, just kind of help prevent that from happening. So
on the pellet smoker,
yeah. Even like on my Traeger, or even on my Z grills, I cook ribs this past weekend for Super Bowl Sunday, and I threw them on my Traeger, and the bottom completely burnt. I mean, I had to throw them away.
How often do you actually run a thermometer and verify your temperature?
Never. I never use thermometer on any of my cooks. You watch all my videos. I never run a thermometer, and maybe I should. Yeah. But I'm someone who I like to go on feel. I like to go on, when I check the tenderness of my thermopan. I like to go on that, so I never ever run a thermometer on any of my pits, on any of my cooks. I mean, it's just something that I do or don't do. And I don't know, maybe I should.
Yeah, put your Inkbird in your pellet smoker next time. And the reason I say that is because I know that one of my pits in particular runs sometimes, and they've just cleaned it up, but it was running about 75, 80 degrees hotter than what it actually says on the control board. And so what they do, and if it happens to be one of those pellet smokers that you connect with an app, like a Wi-Fi app or something like that, I know that those companies will actually push out firmware updates or whatever that will download to your pit when you open and connect the app.
Yeah, well, the ones that I have don't have the app, but I think you're onto something. I think you might be right in that it's running hotter than it's actually reading.
Yeah.
Because I can run that thing like at 250, which is, not very hot. But when I go to like this past weekend, which is what I did this past weekend, 250, when I went to unwrap my ribs, dude, they were burnt.
Yeah.
Oh,
burnt.
yeah.
I literally had to throw them away, and they were for customers.
Yeah.
And I had to throw them away, and I just, so I'm trying to figure out, okay, sometimes I'll put like foil over my, the was it the
deflector plate?
Yeah, with the shiny side up, maybe that's reflecting more heat. And then I thought, I'm only wrapping in one layer of foil. Maybe I need to go 2 layers of foil just for a little more extra protection. Not sure, but
it's probably running hotter. It's probably running hotter, and then when you put the water in, you see a difference because the water basically is acting as a heat sink.
Yeah, right. So when I don't run the water, that shit happens. My fucking meat burns. And so here lately, when I have been running like a water pan in my Traeger or my Z grills, it's been actually kind of helping me. Like my meat hasn't been burning. So for me, like I sometimes I run a water pan. If I'm cooking my Weber, I don't. If I'm cooking on some of my other grills like my drums, I don't run it. But for me here lately, when I'm running my pellet grills, and I've always been like, do they really get hot enough to warrant using a water pan? But here lately, I've been using water pans, and they kind of been helping me, because without them, I'm telling you, and like I'll wrap my ribs for 45 minutes and they're burnt.
Yeah.
And I can't figure out if it's just the heat. Either the pit isn't running or isn't reading the temperature that is actually running. And so maybe running like you said, another thermometer on there just kind of read the temp. Yeah. I may need to do that. But man, it's been probably the last 3 or 4 cooks, man, has been kicking my ass when I don't run a water pan. So now I definitely run the water pan anytime I'm cooking. Like I'm cooking this Saturday night into Sunday coming up here, and I'm gonna run the fucking water pan.
Burn in there, man.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that as well, just to see what it's reading compared to what the gauge, right, is telling me.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something, and think about this though, too. Pellet size. So, say for instance, auger, when they test these pellets with temperatures and things of that nature, each pellet size is a lot smaller. So, you may have a grill, like for instance, the pellet size when it comes to Traeger pellets, and then if I get a pellet like lumberjack. The lumberjack pellet's a lot smaller, but you're using the same kind of auger that it tested out with Traeger pellets. So I noticed when I use lumberjacks, it's feeding more lumberjack pellets into the fire pot as it was tested for with Traeger pellets, because Traeger pellets are a lot bigger. More pellets, more heat. So I'm thinking like sometimes,
but wouldn't the heat? Wouldn't the computer
supposed to?
It was right. It's just still read the same temp.
Yeah, so that should not affect it.
Do you have? Is it a PID controller on that on the grill you're using?
It's just a regular Traeger. I think it's like a 22 series or 30. You know, I think it's 22 series, smaller one, and even it is not. No.
Okay, but in my experience with my Traeger XL and my big Traeger, if I run lumberjack pellets, the smaller pellets, my temperature is crazy. Like it doesn't show during the temperature probe. But when I put my temperature in there to check it, my oven temperature is a lot hotter than what it shows on the computer outside of the Traeger. So the control panel may say 250, but when you look at the thermometer or whatever I place it inside, it's 50 to 60 degrees hotter.
Right.
Because
that's what Alvin's talking about.
Right. But you also have to understand that
but when I use
temperature
Traeger
that you set it at, it doesn't mean that that's what that temperature is supposed to be.
I agree.
It's an average over the duration of your cook.
But when I use Traeger pellets, it stays in that 10 or 15 degrees. And sometimes it can also get within like 8 degrees and it stays. For the temperature probe because of the size of the pellets. And I know it sounds goofy, but I'm telling you, I know that for a fact because I always wondered like why it does that. And when I use my commercial pellet grills, I always find out that the pellets, the size matters because you would think the temperature of the pellets. And I know that sounds goofy, but I think it's geared where it's dumping out the same. It's trying to dump the same amount to keep the temperature going. But it's dumping more because it has more room to dump more pellets because the pellets are either smaller or they're bigger, and it's meant to dump the same size pellets as Traeger pellets, and I can't talk from a lot of pellet grills, but with my Traeger, I found that to be what it is. And I got older models. I got the older model pellet grills. I don't have the Timberline or nothing like that. I have the XL and I have the Traeger Farm. And it is.
I think mine just isn't reading the right temp maybe.
Maybe Tom, is it an older pellet smoker?
It is, yeah, and also maybe when I go to wrap like say ribs for example, I'm using one layer of foil with the shiny side up into the meat. Maybe a second layer of foil might help provide a little bit more protection. I'm not quite sure. These are things that I'm still trying to figure out. As I cook stuff, just so that way I could share that information with other people. I haven't shared that with folks yet, just because I'm trying to work stuff out. But
hey, knock on wood, I haven't had a problem, man.
Yeah, I mean, for a while, CJ, I hadn't had a problem either. But here lately, man, and this is why it's so like kind of mind blowing to me is that it hadn't been a problem in the past, but all of a sudden like now this is becoming an issue. So I don't know if maybe like Alton said my
thermostat.
Thermostat isn't reading right properly.
Maybe some buildup on it.
That's what I was about to say. Maybe I need to go in there and clean it to get that buildup off, and maybe that's what's throwing me off. But
check that out.
But early on also like it hadn't been an issue at all either.
Yeah,
and I don't know. So maybe that's like something that I could share with other people, and that like make sure you go in there. Every couple months or something, once a month maybe. Clean that up so that way this doesn't become an issue, because it's becoming an issue for me now. But so that way you don't have an issue. These are some of like the maintenance things that you might consider doing. But anyway, I mean, it just kind of goes back to the water pan question. Like currently, I'm running a water pan even in my pellet smokers right now because of that.
You know, and I can say over all the years of me playing around with pellet smokers, I hardly ever put a water pan in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never used to either. And
I never have, but I've been cooking on pellets since 2015.
Yeah,
and I never have either until this last year. And again, maybe I just need to go in there and clean my thermostat or the
temperature probe.
Right.
I'd be interested to see what your temperatures are reading in relation to what your control board setting is at. And
I'll admit, I'm horrible at cleaning my shit out. I mean, I'll go in there and like take out all the old sawdust or the old like build up and right. I mean,
the fire pot.
Right. I'll do that, but I do tend to forget to go in there and clean the thermometer and So I mean, maybe that's why, I don't know, but currently I do run water pans even in my pellet smoker. I know that was the question earlier.
Yeah, I know the PID. I've got a cooker with the PID on it, and it's got 2 modes on it. And I know that it does actually, because it's doing that sensing and adjusting more frequently, so that it can maintain the temperatures a lot tighter. And that does work really well. The problem, and I don't know if it's really a problem, but when you're trying to say smoke ribs or brisket or what have you, I don't want to use PID because it burns too clean, if that makes sense. It's like I would use the PID if I'm doing, because with pellet smokers, you can bake breads and cakes and cookies and all this other stuff on it. So a PID works great for that. But I'd rather use the pro mode when I'm trying to do brisket or whatever, because it does give you a little bit more swings in temperature so that you can create a little bit more smoke.
Yeah. So no, Matic one had a question about what happened to my drums. I still have my drums. I use them. I mainly use my drums for competitions. So I try not to use them too much at home. And just so it's just less time that I have to clean them out. But I still have my drums and I use those for competitions. Matic one. Look at Joe. Japanese dude wipes. Look at Joe. Hey Joe. So since Smoking Joe's on here,
Joe need to hop in here.
Yeah, Joe. CJ is someone that we want to bring into that throwdown or competition, whatever you want to call it, that you're putting on. CJ is someone that we were going to tell you to reach out to and add to that. So let's bring CJ into that.
Yes, sir. Hey, I watched Joe do sausage last month. And I broke a sweat watch, and I realized that I would never do sausage.
Exactly.
I'll put HB and get mine.
Absolutely.
Hey, what was that? You said Joe loves what?
Joe loves sausage.
You do sausage using my measurements. Like I use like
Joe loves sausage.
Wait, so is that the big sausage, or you like
they were big.
The snack sticks?
Yeah, he handled them well.
Look at Joe. Yeah. He said, "What's his channel? Mama and Papa Joe's Barbecue." Joe.
Yes.
So does he like a full casing?
I'm gonna put CJ.
You savage. But seriously, Joe, add CJ to that throwdown.
He may have just added the winner.
Whatever.
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, it was damn back.
There's 20 of us in this.
Sandbaggers. Every last
James
one of
CJ can't be in the competition, damn it.
them.
Boy,
What? What's that?
James CJ is disqualified. They are. Oh Lord, I can't even talk right now.
You sound like you already
What
on
are you
vacation.
drinking, Thyron?
Hey, man,
Booze
look.
Farm?
What is he drinking?
Booze Farm.
Booze Farm? Oh, shit. Dude, we used to drink that shit in high school.
You right.
I used
two
to
of these
drink that working out.
and I had two of these right here. This is
Oh, my God.
Vodka lemonade. I had two of these.
Hey, did he say oxtails?
I thought he was talking about oxtails earlier. I thought he meant oxtails. Ain't no eating in there.
And I had one bottle of Boone's Farm.
He said Boone's Farm. Good God almighty.
I'm
Dude,
a
I ain't
will.
heard that since high school either.
Yeah, exactly. Outed. He said Boone's Farm.
Hey, leave me alone.
Oh,
guys.
my God.
Well, man, let's go.
So does he have a personal page I can invite? Hey, Joe, look him up on either.
Hey, Clarence Joseph, man, my personal page.
You know what?
I can add him to that.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring
I'm gonna put his YouTube page right here, Joe. In the link right now.
You got it.
I just posted it right now.
Okay.
Man, look. Okay, Joe. All right, Clarence. Listen here. You could be in there, but you can't have mom help you. Can't
You
help.
say you can only use salt and pepper.
Right.
You only can use salt and pepper, and you only can use one hand. And James,
And you got to plate on paper plates.
James, you only can use your mouth. You and Joe,
He's not gonna use my mouth.
you only can use like when you want to sprinkle syrup, you gotta go.
Sandbaggers.
Joe,
Let's do it, man. I'm in.
Rematch. So he wants me involved with this one. He tried to beat me the last time I was in El Paso.
I saw that rib throw down too. That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That dude went all out, man. He told me, we're just gonna have a little, friendly competition. I'm like, okay, so I'm not gonna bring
when it comes to Joe.
I'm not gonna bring all my shit. I'll bring a couple of ribs and a couple of rubs.
The Joe
Man,
flew in certified
that dude
judges.
was injecting. He was doing all kinds of shit to try to beat
went
me.
all out.
He did. And we ended up tying anyway. I still didn't lose.
Hey, CJ, I don't know if you saw that video, man, but that was a throwdown.
Yes, it was. Joe like me.
throwdown.
Joe want to go for the guzzle bite.
Hey.
Joe, I like you, but I want to beat your ass.
Yeah.
I'm coming in with my full ass. I ain't half-assed anything.
That's right.
With the real shit.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. If you beat me, you deserve
with the real shit and not the bullshit.
No half-assing.
It should be fun though. Hopefully, I told Joe today, man. I said, man, I really got to see where it falls for me, and with my schedule and with the other commitments I'm doing with the Grilla, and so hopefully it works out that I can actually really.
It seems it seems pretty flexible.
Yeah,
I think when I talk to him, it's like we're cooking maybe once a month.
Yeah.
So I mean, even for me, like having the time. So I think it'll work for all of us. Hopefully,
Because I might not even be able to see you guys when CJ and Ken are down.
Yeah, man. We're going to brother.
Chef Johnny.
Johnny, yeah.
It's just a bad timing as far as where my work schedule is, and that weekend I have a Grilla Grills deal on that Saturday.
So when you do the go live for them, are you going live on their channel?
Yeah, on their Facebook page right now.
Facebook page, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, hashtag fake smoke rings. That's all I gotta say.
Hey, how did that come out for you on that brisket?
Man, don't ask.
Hey, man, look, man. That was my first time, Elton, ever using any kind of tender quick, pink salt, whatever. That's a disclaimer. Dude,
you used too much, didn't you?
I had a lipstick. Lipstick smoke ring. Lipstick smoke ring.
Was it like that?
Yeah, he had lipstick all the way around it, even on the fat.
Yeah.
Even on the fat side. I'm like, how the fuck did he get that?
You ever seen an old lady with some lipstick on?
Hey, no hate. Hashtag smoke ring.
Hey, but was it good?
So I watched the video and I was like, all righty, what can I post in this damn?
Oh, man.
Hey,
I said, holy smoke ring, Batman.
I'm gonna have to go look at that one tomorrow.
Hey,
all I heard, I watched that video and all I heard was Beyonce. If you like it, then you better put a ring on it.
Yeah,
oh,
I put a ring on it, bro. That thing was.
But you know what? Arzell put a comment in there talking about you with the you might be onto something with the pellets that are made for their particular manufacturer. And I know they do have you have your drive speed of your auger will be set for the pellets that they produce for that cooker. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna have to go see that video though, man. I need to go see that.
Man, look, that smoke ring was like this right here, bro. It was almost an inch thick.
How much of that tender quick did you use?
Hey, bro, a lot. But it didn't taste pastrami. It tasted beefy. I loved it. Actually, it changed the texture. It stayed apart a lot better because I overcooked it. I went to 215, and normally to me, it's overcooked, and it stayed hard. And the thing about it, though, it was real beefy and it was real juicy. It was a darn sure no good brisket. It was stick burning.
So, but if I'm not mistaken, like if you use too much tender quick or pink cure, can't you get sick with that stuff?
It will have to be in large quantity.
That's true.
Because I'm in the middle. I was just telling them I'm looking at some pastrami, and also I was doing the research. It has to be in large quantity. But yes, it will be poisonous if consumed in large amounts.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why they add that pink color to it to be able to identify it from salt, from regular salt.
So is it nitrites or is it nitrates?
Yep.
Nitrates.
Whichever one you want.
But TNT is nitrites. But the thing about it though is I put a ring on it, baby. That thing was bling blinging. It looked like I cooked it in one of those Texas offset smokers.
That's funny. So Darnell says he uses an LG Champion Pro. Team LG in the house.
Okay.
Louisiana Grills. Dude, I so wish you missed me by a few hours.
Oh, dude. I ended up giving that pit to JB.
I know.
Yeah.
So Alton he reached out to me, and just like hours before it was actually the night before, I ended up making a deal with another company who I actually have been trying to not make a deal with. I was doing everything I can to drive them away, and they just kept coming back and meeting every fucking demand that I had.
They wanted their man.
And then you contact as soon as we said, okay, let's do it. Next morning, hey, I get the message from you. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe.
So, hey, CJ, so one of the companies I deal with is Louisiana Grills, and the Black Label 1200 they sent to me, and I can't remember. I think this is back. I had back surgery back in last summer, and so I was dealing with doing some physical therapy and stuff. And so anyway, the truck pulls up, and they took it off and put it on the driveway, and I took off, went to go do physical therapy, whatever. Didn't think anything of it. Came back home, and so, well, let me start breaking this down. So I go cutting plastic off of it or whatever, and they had all these pellets stacked on top, and it was like, I think it was like 8 bags of pellets. And I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. Put them to the side. Then I get to the next part, and they had the cover. And so I pulled the cover out, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. Wait, why'd they send me 2 covers? It's like, this ain't making sense, And I kept looking. Oh, snap! They sent 2 grills. So I was like, I called him back. I said, hey, did you mean to send 2 grills? Like, nah, it should have been 1. I said, nah, man, that's 2. I sent him the picture. And he's like, hold up, let me get with the warehouse. He's like, man, we only have a record that we sent you 1. He said, but you got 2, so I guess it's your lucky day.
Yeah.
And I said, well, tell you what. He said, well, do you know anybody around you that, YouTube? And the first person I thought about was James. And I knew, hey, let me hit him up. And James was dealing with this whole situation with this other company. And so that's how old JB, Jonathan Barton, got in on it. Yeah. So I called him up. Yeah. He swung by the house, picked it up, and he was TMLG next day.
Yeah, I made that deal like late night. I don't even know what day it was, but it was like late night Thursday. And then early Friday morning, I get the email from Alton. I'm like, son of a bitch, dude. You could have texted me last night or emailed me last night. I just made this deal with this other company. And it's like, great.
Okay.
But, I mean, it's just cool.
I'm gonna say this, and you don't have to say nothing, but listen to what I'm trying to say. To me, dealing with all the pellet grills I had, I got to say number 1 customer service is Traeger. I'm not saying Traeger has the best grills, but they have the best customer service. Dancing, Pit Boss, Louisiana, all that, they have okay customer service. Denson, I think it's called Denson. They have okay customer service, but Traeger number 1. Number 3, to me, the worst customer service is Masterbuilt. Masterbuilt customer service used to be the best. But man, they have dropped the ball. I mean, really. I brought a Masterbuilt, the charcoal smoker, bruh.
Gravity fed.
Bro, I done had 3 of those smokers, and not one of them came through from me. Not one. I did 3.
I've heard some things about those.
Money. I had the digital vertical smoker. It worked 1 day. And after that, it didn't work anymore. I mean, it's ridiculous how these companies selling these grills and not having the customer service to go with them.
Like any piece of equipment you buy, man, they're subject to problems. Yeah, but I'm here to tell you, I've been cooking, and Traegers are the only pellets grills that I've ever owned since I started cooking on pellet grills in 2015, and I have yet to run into a problem, man, with one of my Traegers. And I've cooked on all of them, everything from the 22s down to the Timberline 1300s. And I've yet to run into any problems. I knock on wood, absolutely, bro. Like I said, I got some things going next week. I don't need any problems. But I'm in several Traeger online groups. I hear people talking about their problems, complaining about their problems. But again, any piece of equipment, man, and like you said, T, if that piece of equipment comes with some quality customer service, most purchasers, most owners can deal with that.
Yeah.
So what people have a problem with is when they can't get a remedy for their issues. Yeah, and Traeger is very handy at handling those issues for the most part.
Yes.
Well, and I think the ambassador experience is probably a little different than the general public experience too, though.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
I'm an ambassador. No, I take that. No disrespect, but I'm an ambassador for pit boss, and they treat you like a lame. They treat you like one guy told me, "I don't care that you're ambassador. It is what it is."
Yeah.
I haven't had that.
Exactly.
You know, our brother Josh went through an issue with you know that I did that video on that the new 5-burner griddle that Pit Boss came out with.
Yeah.
And so Josh ended up getting one of those, and he started having some issues with it right out the gate. And he was dealing with the Pit Boss customer service or what have you. And really put him in a situation where he was pretty ticked. You know, that's like the last thing Josh needs right now. And so he had hit me up about it and said, "Hey man, you know, you got this 5-burner, and did you have this issue?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't have that issue." And he started telling me what was going on, and they didn't want to replace it. They were giving him the runaround, all kinds of stuff. So I hit up my guy and said, "Hey man, you know, this is a situation, one of our fellow YouTube guys and blah, blah, blah. Can you help him out?" And Josh just hit me up yesterday and said, "Hey, they're finally going to replace my grill." And I looked at the email and it was my dude, because the customer service from over there at Pit Boss just wasn't getting it done.
Yeah, and I had that happen to one of my buddies too, and my guy got it done for him through Pit Boss Nation, and I was kind of like very disappointed because here I'm like hashtag Pit Boss Nation, and when I needed to come through, they treated it. And I was calling them. I'm like, "Man, y'all got me out here hollering hashtag Pit Boss Nation, and y'all just like send these guys off like crackheads." You know, I was in my feelings because I'm not a prostitute. You can't just buy me. You know, and that's what I was trying to tell them. You know, and I said it like that. You can't buy me. You know what I'm saying? So I feel this type of way because I feel like customer service should be number one. And electric grills, I love them. I don't know why I love them, but it's just something different. I'm just amazed with electric smokers. I like them. You like what you like. You know,
can I just say before we go any further, Brother Alton, I'm going to give me one of those mics because you sounding pretty damn good tonight.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Awesome. I gotta up my game, man. I gotta up my game.
Oh, God bless you when I grow up.
Show you right.
There you go. He's like that.
Yeah.
What is it? The golden, the golden EIB mic for YouTube. I gotta get me one of those.
Trying to get like old brother Ricer, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, T just went and spent $2,600 on equipment today.
What did he do?
T went and spent $2,600 on equipment today at the Apple store.
I'll tell you what. When I started making videos for this other company that I'm making videos for, I dropped a pretty penny also, and now they're wanting me to even up my game even further. I was like, damn.
Yeah, so I was gonna give me a raise.
Well, right. I was actually going to contact you, Alton, about upgrading my camera lens, but to try to meet their new demands. But I may bring somebody else on to help me shoot some videos that some of us know, and just kind of pay them, you know, half of what they're paying me at the moment. I don't know. I'll figure it out, but I've got to up my game a little bit more now.
How are you liking
I've
that
already
M50?
done it. What's that?
How are you liking that M50? Is it working for you?
Yeah, I mean it's been working fine, but now they're wanting this coming year to kind of up it even more. So I don't know if I'm reckon I gotta upgrade my lens for better video quality.
So are you still using the kit lenses?
Excuse me. I'm using what came with the original camera.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you now, the Sigma lens, 16 millimeter, 1.4 aperture.
Well, I'm gonna hook up with you on that.
So if you watch my videos, I use two different lenses when I'm doing in every single video I do. The video that I'm talking to you on camera, I'm using that 16 millimeter 1.4. If you're seeing video of me prepping meat or meat that's on the grill or whatever, then I'm using the 22 millimeter 2.0 pancake lens. So
and neither one of those neither one of those is the original lens, right?
No.
Okay.
It's totally. See, the thing is this: you can have your camera, the body, and you can have your kit lenses, which are the lenses that come with the camera. There's two lenses that came with the camera. One of them I've never even used, which is a long range zoom. But the other one is a 15 to 45, I think it is, zoom lens.
Mm-hmm.
The quality of the glass is what you're going to look at to give you these different looks. So for me, because I use that 16 millimeter and I tighten in whenever I come. Do you know what bokeh is when you're talking about cameras? Bokeh is when you have that short depth of focus. So like I can put the camera on me and it's focusing on me, and then it blurs out everything behind me. So it makes you look even sharper and crisper. And so what happens is once I started using that lens and started setting everything up and getting my lighting right and all of that, and I started getting a lot of compliments. People like, dude, your camera, what kind of camera are you using? You know, it's the same camera. It's just a different glass. It's not the kit glass. It's the actual upgraded glass. And glasses
lens. Those are fairly pricey, no?
Yeah, the lenses is where it is, not the cameras. I mean, it depends. I mean, you can get some cameras that are really pricey because of the functions that they do, but you can also have a so-so camera, but put the money into the glass.
Right.
Yeah.
So I already have the M50, but I need to upgrade the camera lens.
Yeah, that Sigma makes a few different lenses, and for what I do and the way that I shoot, that 16 millimeter 1.4 is perfect.
Yeah.
So it really works well for me.
Well, all right.
So all right, so camera class is over now.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about that later.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. But guys, I'm gonna get going here. I've been on for a while, and I appreciate you having me on here, Brother Thyron, and hanging out with CJ and James.
Yes, sir, man. It's been my pleasure.
Oh, absolutely, man.
I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. I gotta get up and drive in the snow.
Man, stay safe, dude. I don't know if you heard about the pileup that we had down here.
I saw some
up in Dallas. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Fort Worth, I think it was. It was pretty bad. So
I'm hoping my company shut down tomorrow.
Dude, I tell you what, I'm gonna be
when I wake up.
I'm gonna be right here in the house. I went to HEB today, got my stuff to make soup. So I did a chicken tortilla soup today. I'm gonna do some chicken and dumplings tomorrow. Then we're gonna do some zuppa toscana the day after. So we doing soups and staying warm, man.
Yeah, let's go.
And then I'm gonna be out there in that freezing cold on Sunday doing this live stream. It'll be fun. But no, you gotta stay safe, stay warm, man. Thyron, you enjoy that vacation, brother. I'm sure we'll see you on live stream cooking though.
Yes, I want to be like, I saw you in him.
You talking about, was it Roger? Is that Roger?
Nah, Orange Juice Jones.
Orange Juice Jones,
yeah, right.
Hey, James, I do miss the jam section, James. I do miss that, brother. When you used to play the old school music, James.
We'll hook it up on my next live. I'll have one of you three on. Actually, probably one of you three on next Tuesday. on my live. I'll do a rock, paper, scissors, see which one I have. Well, it'll probably be CJ or Alton, because I want to save brother Thyron for a little bit later. But it'll either be brother CJ or brother Alton next weekend, next Tuesday.
Man, I'm in. Yeah, holla.
Hey, I help out. I'm probably going to be doing a live again next week too. We just did the one with what to look for in buying a new grill. So
CJ, I'm probably going to reach out to you here in the next couple of days and see if you're available for being a guest next Tuesday on my channel.
Yes, sir. It'll be my man, next Tuesday I got something going. I'm actually doing a Traeger private
gotcha
table session on Tuesday.
Maybe the week after that. I'll get with you and we'll
Old Country Pecos.
We'll set something up. So
but
Arzel, that's a good cooker.
Man.
Yeah. So I gotta get to bed too. It's late.
Yeah.
Get up for the morning. Hopefully, when I call the hotline, they tell me that the company is shut down. We'll find out in the morning.
Hey, but let's address this question right quick though before we bounce out of here, because Arzel is saying he cooked on the Old Country Pecos, did his shoulder for 8.5 hours at 300 with no smoke flavor, and I can tell you this, I think you cook too hot. If you're looking to try to get that smoke flavor, you want to go a little lower. I would probably say the ceiling would be 275 if you want to get a little bit more smoke flavor into it.
So I never cooked on the Old Country Pecos. I'm assuming. I mean, I don't know what.
They're the ones that are at Academy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Lower the temperature.
Right.
Yeah.
Stretch that timing out for maybe 10, 12 hours.
Yeah, or you can get the smoke in it on the front end of that cook if you want to cook lower for the first, 5-6 hours, and then once you wrap it, then kick up the temperature, and you should already have that smoke flavor set.
Yeah, and then the second thing is let your meat and your smoker come at the temperature together, and you really get some smoke flavor doing that because you're gonna get that.
I always put my meat on early. I always put it on when it's cold. And I think that kind of helps me get that little smoke ring.
Hey, you know who else does that? John Lewis.
Yeah, dude. I never, ever wait for my pit to come up to temp.
Yeah.
As soon as I season my meat, I get it on and I let my meat come up to temp with the pit.
Yes.
And I don't have any issues with that. So.
Yeah.
I just keep in mind, fellas, I sell smoke rings. Y'all can order. Tell me what shape you want, and I'll send.
He said he sells smoke rings.
Yeah, I get them any shape you want. Let me know. Yeah. On that note,
so hey, damn Tom Brady, we got the GOAT right here.
Yeah,
right?
there you go.
You got to sign up for CJ's class, though. I'm just telling you, the dude knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
man, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate all
that. I'm running the class that I took. I'm running his rib recipe, and I've been hitting with it ever since I switched back to it. So
awesome.
I'm just saying.
Good stuff.
You take that for what it is.
Hey, I just want to say this. I appreciate all y'all guys stopping in here. I appreciate you, CJ. I appreciate you, Elton, Brother James. I love you. Like a brother, I appreciate you. I appreciate all y'all guys just sitting down with these 4 hours and 12 minutes. And we were just shooting for an hour. But we've been on here for 4 hours, brother. And
I was about to go to bed. When you called me on, I was getting ready to go to bed.
And that's a testimony to our love for barbecue.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
guys, say y'all, I also want to make sure, pray for the people with COVID, pray for the country, and pray for the world with this COVID that is in pretty soon, especially London. I had a special request in the beginning of the chat. He said, pray for London, and just keep them in your thoughts and prayers, but also pray for the United States. I love y'all guys. Like I always say, God bless America. I love y'all. Man, great people, great recipes. We've been blessed. Love y'all guys. Peace
All
out.
right, man.
You're having a song, brother. Thank you. Later.
Amen.
Later.
All
Later.
right. Later. Hey, I end the broadcast. Yo, man, thank you, brother. I really appreciate it.
Man, it was my pleasure, T. We'll do this again.
Yes, I sure appreciate it, man. Thank you again.